All right, what's up, everybody? We got our first match on the stream. On the left, we got William, and on the right, we got Keenan. Um, I'm gonna try to keep up with commentary as much as possible. Welcome in everybody who is here. Um, I'll talk a little bit about the matchup here. So, on the left, William is playing. Looks like he's playing a Fire Merlin level 3 build, and over on the right, Keenan is playing sort of the Ally Aggro Rush Lorraine level 2. So this should be an interesting matchup. Notably, Merlin lacks the level 2 Lorraine cleave that like a Fire Lorraine deck might have against an ally deck. So I think in theory the matchup should be favored to Keenan. Just he might be able to put on a little bit more pressure a little faster. But we will see what happens here. Starting his turn one with the creative shock. It looks like William kind of just set down spirit and passed, which is just fine if you got a lot of fast spells. Pretty easy to maintain a leveling up just by playing cards the end phase. Keenan drops Tempered Steel early, great early start for him. Good floating to get into level 1. And a Hasty Messenger. Yeah, so very, very clean turn 1 from him. Probably drew that Hasty Messenger off the creative shock and just gonna go ahead and drop some more fire cards. This deck loves getting those fire cards engraved to swing with either a big fire momentum or Rending Flames does both very efficiently. And there it is. Yep, the end phase creative shock. Probably mostly just a level up. Might pitch a floating here. And he does, yeah. So we'll get that effectively free level up. One of the reasons that creative shock is such a powerful card. Yeah, and there we see it. It is running the Lorraine level 1. Drops a Hasty Messenger of his own. Is going to go ahead and get that swinging in to get that drop draw effect. And again, pitching another floating, so he's looking pretty good on his resource management as far as floating memory goes and leveling up. This Merlin deck really wants to push to level 3 basically as soon as it possibly can. Whenever it does that, it really accelerates the game state. The second hasty and the third gentle respite as well. All right, so yeah, I mean he's got enough floating to go up to level 2. I'm just going to go ahead and poke in with that sword there for a little bit of extra damage. And then he passes the turn. Yeah, so Merlin looks like primed to go to level 2. And what's interesting about this matchup is the level 2 Merlin actually has the ability to rip cards out of your opponent's graveyard, right? And so this sort of graveyard-reliant strategy that is like the Fiery Momentum, Rending Flames, Rush Lorraine, like if they don't go fast enough, they can sort of get a lot of their important cards ripped from the graveyard, and especially if it's floating memory, the Merlin does get the bonus level off of it. So something that a lot of Merlin 3 players will try to do is when they level up to 2, They will try to steal at least one floating memory from a graveyard, either theirs or their opponent's, so that they have a level counter on them. That way, when they go up to level 3 on the following turn, they get their bonus in Recollection to draw a card and have bonus damage. So Keenan goes up to Lorraine level 1 here with the Tempered Steel. It's what we all expected. Looks like he's thinking on his turn. Ideally, Hasty Messengers are one of those cards that are great to get off the board. Like, the longer they sit on the board, the more value they accrue. And they kind of just become really, really annoying to deal with. That Arthur is a very good drop, and let's see if he decides to use that on Enter Trigger or not. Looks like he's neglecting to use the Immortality Trigger, or yeah, he's not. Okay, so no Immortal Arthur, but we'll still get the bonus from it being rested. Just notably, it can die next turn. And let's see, yeah, and so he chooses to clear over the two Hasties. Like I was saying, Hasty is one of those cards that the longer it sits on the field, the worse it gets for you. You really want to get rid of them early. They just apply a lot of pressure, even though they're not doing a lot of damage. They just apply it. They generate so much value. And then yeah, Vanguard swing for 2. Yeah, okay, so he's already getting in there with a little bit of damage. Seeing if they okay, cool. Nothing in the end phase, so we're just back to waking up, and we're gonna see what William's gonna do on his turn here. So he does have the option to go to 2. He does have at least 2 floating in grave, and I think pushing, yeah, he looks like he's gonna go for it. Pushing the extra health, I think, is pretty important, and also if you have the opportunity to rip a floating memory again, you want that level counter before you go up to 3, just to get the bonus effect from it. But this board is a little scary. So you definitely want to, try to deal with the threats on board. Notably, since that Arthur is not immortal, it can be taken down this turn. So like there is the possibility of wiping down the entire board, but you do have to have 3 separate instances of 2 damage each to actually clear over everything. I would definitely prioritize getting rid of the Hasty or the Arthur. Or a potential good line as well would be if you have an easy way to remove the Vanguard, you could kill it and then just immediately use Merlin 2's effect to eat it and gain a level. That's not bad, but you can also just like save Merlin 2's effect and see if like maybe your opponent goes for a cremation ritual or some other way to sack the floating memory, and then you can just immediately take it from them, just to deny the level up. So it looks like it was just a level up and pass on William's side. Curious to see what he's actually got in hand and sort of what his plan is here. But that board is going to start throwing a lot of damage his way. And yeah, so GCR grab, obviously very great card. Goes ahead and proceeds to the main phase and pops it to draw. So he's already representing 6 damage on board, 7 damage if he attacks with the champion. I think he's dealt a total of 3 so far, so almost, over half the amount of health that Merlin has if he attacks with all this turn. And of course, he's got a whole hand, so he could drop anything pretty powerful and just do a lot. So yeah, that Arthur's going to go ahead and swing first. Yeah, you always want to attack with the Arthur first. Just, it buffs up the rest of your board. It's, the best thing. And then, yeah, so 2 damage from the Hasty Messenger, drops a Running Flames. It's always scary when your opponent does that, because it sort of it sort of implies that they maybe have another one, just because of how powerful that card is. So dealt a total of 4 damage, dropped a Running Flames, drew a card. Still has plenty of options. Yeah, it looks like he's counting up how many fires. Yeah, there's 2 more from the Vanguard. It's like, all right, we do have a response to this attack declaration here, and we're going to Fireball. So this is just 3 damage Fireball. Gonna knock out the Vanguard before it attacks. So that damage is not going to go through. see what else Keenan's got here. Drops another Hasty. Again, these cards are so good in this deck. You really just want to fill your graveyard with fire cards. It's great to discard floating early. Great to just discard extra fire cards later, so that your other buff attacks do more damage and stuff. It's very very powerful. Now, if I was William in this position, I would start. So there's 2 more damage face. I would start thinking about the potential of grabbing a nullifying lantern. Like the deck plays outs to it, but you sort of force them to have it, and it's getting to a point where the amount of damage that can come through from some of these attackers is quite a lot, and probably enough to the point where I would definitely try to drop a counter card to get around the fire momentum and the rending flames, especially after you've seen one rending dropped. We'll see if he could also like try to go up to level 3. Clumsy's going to be 2 damage to himself, 2 damage to William. Yeah, so there was a lot of damage that came through this turn so far. And Keenan's still got a pretty healthy amount of cards in hand and a memory. So like all in all, looking pretty good on his end. And he's going to Hone by Fire the sword and then swing for an additional 3. Yeah, so he did what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 damage this turn. Nice. Yeah. Very powerful swing. So now at this point, it's almost like he doesn't really even need the big end game cards to actually get over his opponent. Well, we'll see what Will goes for. He's got 2 in memory. I don't think he has any floating anymore. And notably does not use Merlin's effect to steal a card in the end phase, it looks like. You will grab Quicksilver. Yeah, okay. So I don't know for sure, but I can almost 100% assume that the card under that Quicksilver Grail is, in fact, a Nullifying Lantern, basically forcing Keenan to have 2 separate Regalia removal options to get over it. Quicksilver Grail, obviously the new Divine Relic from Fractured Crown. Very powerful card, especially in situations like this. Quicksilver Grail pass, so I don't know what's going on in his hand, but it doesn't seem to be helping him too much. He had a very good turn 1 and into level up for 2, and then he just didn't have much. And this is just a lot of damage coming through. It's like on the one hand, and there's that floating to go up to Lorraine too. So this is going to be yeah, buffed attack. This is William is looking in a pretty bad spot, just given based off the board states here. And of course, that attack with the Arthur to begin. We are going to fireball the Arthur. So this is 3 damage at the Arthur. Usually the Lorraine Rush deck doesn't play much in the way of protection, so and Fire also doesn't really have that, so there's no good way to actually dodge that on Keenan's side. So the Arthur will just go down there, and that does severely reduce the amount of damage output from that board. It halves it, changes it from 6 to 3. So that might just keep him in the game. Dropping another Clumsy, takes 2, gets another damage on board, draws a card. And we're going to start swinging with the Hasties, yeah. So sort of like I was saying earlier, these Hasties they've stuck on the board for so long that they've gotten so much value and so much ability to cycle and find the cards you want. You can see him basically just selecting the cards in his hand that he doesn't want, dropping them, and then they're drawing new cards. And even if they are cards that are pretty good, i.e. Rending Flames, you're still dropping fire cards so that your other attacks and stuff that modify off of grave damage are buffed. And you can get free floating in the grave. So Hasty is just such a powerful card. So very good. Yeah, goes for Creative Shock of his own. Yeah, at this point, you're probably just digging for He for sure wants some sort of regalia removal just to get over that Quicksilver Grail. Um, the faster he can get over the first piece, the faster he can get over the second piece, because I'm sure he also assumes it's a nullifying lantern under there, and he's still ditching all the floating memory, so he's got all the options in the world for what he wants to grab from the material deck. Yep, swings in with the board. And of course, yeah, you can use that buffed attack from Lorraine. This will break the Sword of Seeking, but or no, you must have cast a Tempered Steel on it earlier. Um, and Blazing Throat for 4 more damage. The way he set that down implies to me that it was lethal damage. Yes, and it was. All right, so Keenan is going to go ahead and take that first game of the best of 3. But they do have time to sideboard and figure it out for the second game. Yeah, I think the speed of that deck on the right, Keenan's deck, is a lot to contend with. Especially as like any level 3 deck is gonna have a hard time getting over that. To your question in the chat there, I don't have a way of seeing their life totals, so I would just have to guess based off of what's happening on the board state and keep track of it separately, which would probably just get a little messy. So it might just be a situation where we kind of just have to estimate based on what's going on. But I could try to keep track of it if people really wanted me to do that. We'll see how this goes. Go ahead and start in game 2. William is going to go first this time around, and he does have a play on his turn 1. And it is going to be Idle Thoughts. A good classic turn 1 opening. Easy floating in the graveyard. Good way to level up, and a good way to adjust your draws for the next turn. So a great turn 1. Keenan again, drop that Fire Spirit. Nobody sided into the Serene Spirit. That's as much as I'll say. Cause like he's thinking about what he's gonna drop here. is going to be a creative shock in turn one. A nice classic. And drops Temper Steer again. Yeah, okay, cool. So both players were able to get a floating memory into their graveyard on turn one. Which is basically all you ever want on turn one in this game. I mean, the aggro decks like Keenan's also like to, they have the ability to push some damage, and looks like he is going to get on the board a little bit, just poking 1 damage with the Honorable Vanguard. That's also a good one. Vanguard's a good card to drop early. The best thing about it is that if it dies, it's totally fine. You just use it to level up. And then if it lives, that's great. It just gets to keep poking damage forever. If you got an Arthur on board, it starts to get buffed up. It does a lot more damage, so it's just a very good early game ally. And then you can always drop it to something like a Hasty Messenger. Yeah, so it looks like he's gonna go one damage face with that Hasty Messenger. Let's see what he got. Looks like he dropped a Gentle Respite, so drops another Floating Memory, and he's gonna cremate it as well. Draw 2 additional cards. Yeah, that's a play that people have been doing more and more. Where you 1 more damage with Lorraine. Where you can you cremate the Hasty Messenger, because like the thing about it is that it's one of those cards that applies so much pressure that it is likely going to get killed the next turn anyways. So there's really not necessarily a reason to keep it around if you can afford to sack it with the cremation, just draw the extra 2 cards. Lets you go hand neutral and poke in the damage and get the value off of Hasty. So it's pretty solid play overall to go ahead and cremate that messenger, unfortunately for her. We'll see what Keenan's got going on his turn, though. It's like we saw last game. If he can get an Arthur onto the field early on, you get a lot of extra damage off of that. Looks like that is not an Arthur, but that is in fact a Clumsy Apprentice, so he is going to take an additional 2 damage for playing that card, but he is going to get the draw. And there is the Arthur. Let's see if the unenter effect happens. Looks like it does not, so he's going to go ahead. He's going to attack in for 2 with the Arthur, and then the rest of the board gets buffed up so that Clumsy's hitting for 2, and that Vanguard is hitting for 2. So pushes all the way up to 7 damage, and then he swings with the sword for 1 more, it looks like. So all the way up to 8 damage is William. 8 out of, I think Lorraine has 20. But I imagine, yeah, he's probably going to use a floating and then, yep, grab those 2, level up into Lorraine 2. Or sorry, Merlin 2. We'll see if he's got a little bit more to do. He will go ahead and, play Fractal of Insights. This is one of those new ones. The Fractals are very interesting cards. This one, you can choose to have it enter rested, and if you do, when you play it, you get to scry 2 or glimpse 2. So pretty decent consistency tool. As well as while it's on board, you can just rest it to pay for reserve costs. And we're just going to do another one, yeah. So those are nice things to keep on board to give you, cheaper spells and whatnot. But looks like we're not able to actually take anything off of Keenan's board, which is a little scary. And he goes ahead and grabs that Fire Bauble. So he's just looking to draw cards and push damage here. And he is probably going to push a lot of it this turn. Already representing 7 on board, as well as anything else from his hand. It's looking like a lot. So he goes ahead and swings 2 with that Arthur, buffing up the rest of the board as long as he's rested. Very, very powerful card. Two in with the Hasty Messenger. See what he's going to choose for his attack trigger. Discards a Home by Fire, draws a card. Two with the Clumsy, up to 14. And 2 with the Vanguard. So that's all the way up to 16. Just by the allies that were already on the board. He still has a pretty large hand, too, as well, to get over everything. Only 2 fires engraved, though. So let's see what he goes for. So he's thinking a lot. I wonder which options he's got in his hand, because he's really contemplating on what the best one is to do. Just gonna go ahead and Hone by Fire, targeting Lorraine's sword. And that does add the durability counter as well to get extra use out of that sword. And it's gonna go ahead and swing for just the 3 with the sword, it looks like, putting William up to 19. And the Blazing Throw goes to 23, so that's lethal damage. So Keenan is going to take that game 2-0. Congratulations to him. Yeah, very, very efficient output of damage there. They're really, really strong job at just keeping, infinite pressure. So yeah, congratulations to Keenan. I'll see if he wants to jump into a call for a quick post match chat. I will be right back while I do so, though. All right, welcome back, people. We have got round number 2. On the left of your screen is Jimmy L. Regional champion Jimmy. He got first place, and then also on the right we got Kobe. He's won several Yeti tournaments over the course of his time in our Discord. Um, we have an interesting match here. Um, so on the left, Jimmy is going to be piloting a Fire Lorraine level 3 build. So he's playing Fire Crux. But the Crux cards are actually pretty limited. He's just running 4 copies of Ascension, and then a couple of Infusions and Spirit's Blessings. So this is really like an attack focused build, as opposed to sort of the classic, like Ensoul or other late game option kind of things. And then on the right, Kobe is playing a Wind Crux Lorraine. And this one is playing Ensoul. So this one's playing sort of like your classic Crux package. Lots of Ascensions, lots of Sights, lots of Ghosts, and then Ensoul as your win condition, along with all the powerful defensive win cards. So this should be an interesting matchup. This should be, a little bit longer, a little bit grindier than the first round, because neither of these decks are a true aggro. They both have the ability to be, a little bit more on the aggressive side. The Wind obviously has some very powerful allies they can throw down and just like smack really hard with, but overall, I'd say this is going to be a longer matchup. Now, in the past, Wind Lorraine has typically been considered favored into sort of like the Fire and other Lorraine builds just on the strength of cards like Veiling Breeze alone. So we'll see if that carries over into this match as well. Notably, Kobe is only playing 2 copies of Veiling Breeze, so at some point it's not going to be as effective as a counter more than twice, but it is still a very good card to deal with sort of the onslaught of Lorraine's attack. So it looks like we're going to get things kicked off right away. Jimmy is going first, drops that Spirit of Fire, and draws those 7 cards. So let's see how his turn 1 looks like. So yeah, both of these are level 3 decks, so they're really going to prioritize trying to find and cycle some floating memory. He's just going to go with a pass. So again, like, this is a totally fine play. We saw it in the last game. Like, you have fast cards that you can just use to ditch your floating memory on your opponent's turn, and so it gives you more options in hand. Kobe goes ahead, grabs his opening hand, and we'll see what he's got. So typically these decks like to drop some of the floating memory allies on turn 1, something like a Swift Recruit or a Kobe is playing the Stalwart Shieldmate as well, and yep, there it is, Swift Recruit. It's a very good turn 1 drop. It's one of those things where, and he gets in for 1 damage as well. Crazy stuff. It's one of those things where sometimes dropping allies into empty boards or on like turn 1 is, it feels a little bad, but when they have floating memory on them, you don't really worry about it as much, because if they die, you just get to use them to level up. If they don't die, you can just use one of the cards in your memory. So yeah, Swift Recruit, very good early play from the Lorraine deck. And that's a pass. So we'll see if there's anything in the end phase. I would imagine if he had something like a Creative Shock, he would drop it now just to try to get some cards in memory, or just anything that's fast. Otherwise, if he's got literally nothing, you can always just grab a Grand Crusader's Ring on your turn. But usually the Fire decks have a plethora of fast spells to cast in their opponent's end phase. And he's going to Sparkle it. So it looks like he's looking to spark that Swift Recruit. This is, again, probably mostly just to get cards into the memory. It does kill the Swift Recruit as well. We'll see if Kobe has something like a Reclaim or a Favorable Winds to get over this. 2 looks like a Reclaim to me. Yeah, he's going to go ahead. So the great thing for Kobe here is that he doesn't lose the Swift Recruit, and he still gets the floating in memory. So it's a very good card trade. He basically just took the Sparklight for nothing. But of course, Jimmy did want to mostly just level up into Lorraine. Like that was the most important thing, is getting a card into the memory so that you can banish it to level up. So let's see what he's got now. He's gonna go ahead and Savage Slash. No sword, looks like. So Kobe's gonna take 2 damage there. And then the Honorable Vanguard is going to get in for an additional 1. So puts him up to 3. A little bit of early pressure, not bad. Banishes the Reclaim, goes up to level 1. So notably, like I was saying in the last game, like Honorable Vanguard is a very good card, especially when you have cards like Cremation Ritual in your deck, because you can poke with it, and then you just sack it to Cremation Ritual, and then you use it to level up. It just, feels very good card advantage-wise. Lets you maintain pressure in hand. We'll see what Kobe wants to go for. So, of course, he can drop that Swift Recruit again. We do know it's in his hand. And that is, it's an Interceptor. It, applies some amount of board presence, just saying, like, hey, you can't really attack me face. It looks like he's just going to pass. So he's maybe eyeing up a fast play on Jimmy's turn. Jimmy is going to go ahead, banish that 1 floating from Savage Slash, and grab the Drawn Blade, get a draw, and then draw for turn. One of the greatest things about playing Lorraine is that you get extra draws. It's going to attack for 1 with the Vanguard, putting Kobe on 4. And then, yeah, like I was saying, yeah, perfect play. You cream it, draw the 2 cards, you get your floating, you get the damage off of it. So notably, Jimmy is playing Lorraine's Spirit Ruler, level 3, rather than Crux Knight. So Lorraine's Spirit Ruler is the one that will recycle a banished sword when she comes into play. So he is very much incentivized to break this Drawn Blade at some point so that he can get it back in the late game. And he's going to pitch the last floating with the Hasty Messenger. Very well played. Dealing additional 1 damage, putting Kobe up to 5. 2 floating engraves, so he's threatening Lorraine 2, and he's going to go ahead, break that Drawn Blade. Like I was saying, you really want to do that, just so by the late game you get an extra draw when you level up to 3. But so now he's posturing to go to level 2 next turn, which means that Kobe's probably not looking to drop an ally or multiple this turn. He's going to end phase the favorable winds and see what he goes for. So he does go for the lane 2 with the 2 cards he just dropped. And one of them is a Dungeon Guide, which does definitely imply that there's a second one in hand. Gets the bonus effect, so you could likely see him going for a kill on the Hasty Messenger just to get a bonus draw, just by attacking with the Sword of Seeking. It's definitely a viable play. And yep, he's going to go ahead, kill the Hasty, get the draw. So again, because Jimmy's been posturing to go to level 2, you really don't want to drop allies on the board because, your opponent's just going to get free draws. But of course, Fire always has the option of, going to level 2 and using something like a Rending Flames anyways. And he is going to end up dropping the Dungeon Guide. A lot of times Crux matchups can feel like, the first person to get to their Crux cards has a pretty large advantage. And we'll see if that is still the case here. Jimmy is, notably, he is playing Tithe Proclamation in his main board. And so if he gets it out at the right time, you can sort of stop some of this, like, super combo, Ascension, Cruxite, Avarice, crazy stuff. Not if he does it right away, though. You don't have an opportunity here, so he's going to bounce that sword, go get Avarice, draw a couple cards. And at this point, Kobe is just looking to assemble sort of his endgame plan, which for his deck is Spirit Blade and Soul plus Banner Knight as the option. But also just getting a good amount of cards in your memory does mean that you can have a big Veiling Breeze. It looks like, yeah, that Dungeon Guide got in for 1 damage, so Jimmy's up to 2. And then he passed. So it looks like we're waiting in end phase right now, seeing what we want to do. So again, we know that he's got 2 floating, so he can go up to 2 if he wants to, effectively for free, get a draw off that Dungeon Guide kill. And if he has his own Dungeon Guide, he could then go into 3, and then put the drawn blade back on the field. But it looks like he's having a big think right now. So he's definitely got some fast options in his hand. He's trying to decide what to go for. Yep. All right. So we have entered his turn. Wake up. We are in the materialization phase now. Does look like he's eyeing up, throwing away those floating to go up to level 2, trying to decide if that is the line he wants to take. His opponent does only have a 6-card influence there, so it's not really like enough to threaten like insane amounts of damage off of the Insole, but if like, one of those cards is a Crux Sight or an Ascension, they can really start comboing off in the Recollection phase and build that hand before their turn. So I think that, the choice here is probably between Lorraine level 2 or grabbing like a Tithe Proclamation. And it does look like he's leaning towards the Lorraine 2 play. Yeah. Yep, seems like that's what he's going to go for. Recollect and draw. So this is where it gets a little scary. Your opponent has beat you to level 3, but it doesn't have a lot of damage on you at this point. So if he has a dungeon guide of his own, there's a pretty decent chance that he could survive like an Onsole, unless it's an Onsole plus a Banner Knight plus some other cards. And yep, of course, there it is. So I'm gonna drop the dungeon guide, banish 2 of those cards, and then of course when Lorraine Spirit Ruler comes to play, yep, we're just gonna go get the Drawn Blade back. And so this favors this Lorraine level 3 favors Jimmy's deck a lot, because he's running heavy into infusions and heavy Spirit's Blessing, and Spirit's Blessing sort of becomes a very costly card when you have to keep returning a bunch of swords to your material deck. So getting the bonus sword off of the Lorraine 3 as well as the bonus draw is just like, a very beneficial effect to have. But we'll see. He does still have the passive effect from leveling up to Lorraine 2, so he could, kill the dungeon guide with an attack and then draw a card. There's always the potential that, your opponent like favorable wins or does whatever with that, but he is actually going to just go for a Rending Flames with the +2 and the sword. So he's going in with the Rending Flames for a total of 12, is that? And looks like Kobe just takes it straight to the face. So yeah, that's of course like, you don't always have to go straight in with the on-kill draw card effect. You can always just go crazy. Kobe is going to, it looks like, end phase, or I guess before end phase, Zephyr his Avarice so that it comes back. Yep. So he gets an additional 2 draws at the end of his turn. Plus, he could still go for something like a Drawn Blade in his materialization to get that draw, or he could always just go for like a Sword of Seeking just to have, another free sword that you can just, or I guess, yep, if you haven't used your ring yet, just go ahead and use your ring. So he's really looking for like some Ascension combos here. He really wants to, yeah, so we enter Recollection phase. That looks like a Crux Sight to me. He's going to go get that Ascension back. And draw a card. And then he's going to drop the Ascension, of course. Bounce the Avarice, draw 2. Let's see if he drew another one. Does not look like he found a secondary sight or Ascension off that. He's going to Recollect and draw. So sort of like what I was saying, like you do get to build your hand in the Recollection phase when you have Ascension and Crux Sight and all the good stuff that Crux has. But at this point, he is down to 10 life remaining. And so if he's, yeah, so there's the Insole. So it's going to push a lot of damage, but it is not going to push for lethal from 0 unless it's combined with um, a couple other cards. And the hand isn't super big. It is large enough to play a Banner Knight if he has it. And that will push a lot of extra damage for sure. Yep, goes ahead, grabs all the swords that are in the deck. And of course, gets the draw off Drawn Blade as well. And so yeah, so notably he's playing as many low durability swords as possible. That way they can all break, and then you can swing with your Lorraine at the end of your Insole and do a bunch of damage. So let's see how much this all is coming in at the same time. I'm gonna do my best to count it accurately. So it's 1 from Ornamental, 1 from Dungeon Guide. It's 2 from Warrior's Longsword, 4, 1 from Seeking, 5, 2 from Fire Tongue, 7, 1 from Drawn Blade, 8, 2, 1 from Adversity. All right. So we're gonna do these one at a time. Then, actually, the Dungeon Guide got a bonus damage from that. So 5, and then 7, 8, 10. This is going fast. 11, and then 14 off of the swords. Those two still have 2 durability on them. And then we're going to attack with the Sword of Seeking for, I believe... Let's see. We should attack with the Warrior's Longsword for 7 total, I think. I might be doing my math slightly wrong. I can't see how many swords are banished, but I think that's a 7 damage attack coming through, putting him up to 21. Which breaks the Warrior's Longsword. And then see if he's got the additional 7 damage. It's going to be hard to have that out of a 3-card hand or a 4-card hand. Swift Recruit. And sacrifice the sword in the end phase. Cool. So, yep, Swift Recruit at the end and pass. So he's got that Intercept up. He's got 2 cards in hand, and anytime a win player has 2 cards in hand, you have to assume to yourself, you just have to think, that's a Veiling Breeze +1. So we'll see if Jimmy can assemble 10 damage through Veiling Breeze. His deck has the capacity to do a lot of damage and attack multiple times in a turn. And notably, that Drawn Blade has, I think, 4 durability counters on it right now because of the Lorraine level 3's enter effect. So we'll see what he decides to grab. You know, this could always just be another weapon. It could be... Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much your option, since you don't have a lot of floating. It's like if you want the draw, you can get... Yep, there we go. Grand Crusader's Ring. So we will recollect and draw. Pop the ring to go up 1. Yeah, so he's looking to assemble some amount of, like, Spirit's Blade Infusion, plus Spirit's Blessing to attack a couple times through a Veiling Breeze. Maybe do, like, 2 instances of 5 damage rather than 1 instance of 10 damage. But it is going to be tough to get all the way there. This does look to me like it's the first infusion if he's dropping 2 cards, but maybe not. And of course, after you attack once, all your other infusions are free if you can combine Spirit's Blessing and Infusion in the same hand. Yeah, looking like a big think here. This is one of those turns where, as a player, you have to think to yourself, if I don't win this turn, I lose this game. So I sort of have to figure out if I have a good line. Of course, Kobe over there with 8 cards in memory and 2 cards in hand, like, threatens potentially a Veiling Breeze for 9. And I think if all those cards are wind, which, like, not all of them are going to be wind, but if they are all wind, I don't think there's a way that you can push that much damage through the Veiling Breeze. Um, there's also a chance that he just doesn't have it and he's bluffing. But you do have to consider it. I mean, they don't know each other's deck lists, so Jimmy probably has to assume that Kobe's playing the full 4 play set of Veiling Breeze, and that he probably has it in hand, given the way that he's positioned himself here. And he goes for an Ascension. All right, so he's going to attempt to, build a hand of his own here. Oh, Ascension to Prismatic. Okay, so he's going to immediately deal 3 damage, which does deal with the Swift Recruit. And now you're looking at the potential of how much damage can be prevented with a Veiling Breeze, which looks like there's 5 wind cards there. So Kobe's gonna have to banish one of those cards randomly from his memory because of the prismatic effect, and 3 damage will be dealt to a unit. It could be champion, but I'm imagining it's gonna be removing that interceptor from the field. So we'll see what the banished hit, and it looks to me like Jimmy just scooped that game. I don't actually know for sure. I think he maybe just realized that he didn't have a great way to win through that turn with how much wind there was. I think he was maybe hoping to look at the memory and see like 1 or 2 wind cards, but probably just didn't have enough to assemble full lethal. So uh, I believe I'm going to guess that Kobe took that game 1. Um, but from the way it ended, it looked a little unclear, so I might still be incorrect. I guess we'll see post side who goes first, because usually you want to go first in this match. Yeah, looking like we're wrapping up our sideboards, sort of figuring out exactly what wants to come in and out for this matchup. Um, from looking at Jimmy's sideboard, he doesn't have a ton of stuff that specifically hits this deck. Um, so you could consider siding in your smoke bombs to deal with the interceptors if you wanted to. Um, but most of the other stuff that you have doesn't do too much. Kobe's probably sideboarding in his last 2 Veiling Breezes, if I were to guess. Um, and that's honestly probably most of what he needs in this matchup is just more Veiling Breeze. Veiling Breeze is really like the thing that, alters how Lorraine mirrors go. That's why Wind Crux mirrors are so miserable to play and watch, is just because both players just Veiling Breeze every single turn, and it's a lovely, enjoyable gameplay. Alright, we are done sideboarding. Shuffling up for game 2. So this is where we'll really see for sure what happened at the end of game 1. I assume that just whoever goes first is the person who lost to game 1. I couldn't really tell who scooped that last game. So we will see. I'm pretty sure from the board state it looks like Jimmy is probably not winning that one, but you never know. Let's go ahead and get into game 2. It does look like, yeah, Jimmy is going first. Yep, so I'm assuming he did lose that game. Gonna draw his 7 cards. So again, he's looking to get floating into the grave early. The last game he didn't have, a very easy time doing that. He'd had to drop a Sparklight, and then he lost, lost a bit of a card advantage trade against a Reclaim. And he is just going to pass again, so, you sort of hope that he has something like Creative Shock or something to play in the end phase, something fast to get those cards into the memory. If not, he's going to be pretty far behind again, just right from the get-go. We'll see if Kobe drops nice early play. It's going to be basically the same thing, except this one can't do damage. Stalwart Shieldmate. It's basically Swift Recruit 2. Taunt instead of Intercept. She's a 0/2 and still has floating memory. Jimmy is just going to grab the ring and pop it, so it looks like he's really sitting on not much in his hand. Drop to Savage Slash at the Shieldmate. Look, we're looking at see if there's a response to the Savage Slash. Because again, Kobe could maybe do the same play that he did last time, just reclaim it. And it looks like, yeah, he is going to go ahead and do that. Get the guy back to his hand, get the floating engrave. That is what Reclaim does best. Jimmy's going to drop another 2, and he's going to hasty and ping 1, drop a second Savage Slash, and go. So the unfortunate thing about Savage Slash here is that his class bonus is floating, so he can't go to level 1 with it. But, you can always go to level 1 with one of the cards in your memory, and then you sit on having 2 floating already engraved to go up to 2. But now Kobe's going to have the level advantage and the card advantage because he went second and he hit his floating memory. So he's already starting to sort of like take the tempo, take a little bit of the the lead in this matchup. He could always drop the Shieldmate again. It looks like, yeah, he is going to. Just protects the board. It protects your life total a little bit, especially against something like a Hasty Messenger. Like, Hasty can't just kill the Shieldmate. And it is just Shieldmate pass. So we'll see. I imagine, this is a level 1 angle. We go up to Lorraine level 1. Yeah. And he banishes the 3rd Savage Slash randomly from his memory to get up to level 1. I was confused for a second. I saw a Savage Slash hit the banish zone, and I was like, that's class bonus floating. But then I saw the 2 that are still in the grave. So he just happens to have opened at least 3 of them. Which, on the one hand, it's floating memory. It's nice to see. On the other hand, you want to see your generic floatings first. But all is well. So we'll see what he wants to go for here. He does have the capacity to kill the Shieldmate, but doing so would put a floating into Kobe's grave. So he's going to attack 1 into the Shieldmate because he has to because of taunt. And he's going to drop a Dungeon Guide and draw. So dropping the Dungeon Guide again applies to me. He's got a second one in hand. He's just looking for better stuff to play. And he's going to go ahead, cremate the Hasty Messenger, draw a couple cards. So yeah, he's really just looking, he's cycling, he's finding his cards. He's got enough floating in grave now to go up to level 2 if he wants. He can get that drawn next turn. And I have to imagine he's actually, you probably don't actually kill the Shieldmate this turn. Because if you do, your opponent gets a free floating, and then they can still, push a level up, not dropping too many resources. Right now, as the board state is, if Kobe wants to go up to level 2, which he probably doesn't even want to because there's no ally on the board, he would have to drop both of the cards in his memory, go down a whole bunch of cards. He wouldn't get any draws off of it, so it doesn't look like a good timing to go to level 2, which means that Jimmy might be able to sort of retake that level advantage. And yeah, Kobe is just going to go for the reclaim at the end of the turn. So yeah, getting the floating. I imagine this is a drawn blade angle, honestly. Drawn blade or GCR, but it never hurts to get the extra draw off drawn blade when you can. Otherwise, you can choose to just save the floating engrave for leveling up to 2 if you want to just get ring instead. So that is the biggest difference, is the cost. And he is going to push the level. So it's going to, I assume, use the reclaim plus 1 random. He is just valuing getting to 3. I imagine his hand might have a good amount of Crux cards. I can answer that question. Any raccoon gamers? There are 0 raccoons between all main and sideboards in this match specifically. So there's no way to punish lingering floating if people just let it sit for too long. Alright, so Kobe's got the buffed attack from Lorraine 2, is going to go ahead and just swing 3 face, get on the board. He hasn't actually done damage yet, so just, getting some amount of damage dealt is going to be really good for him, just to start early. And he's going to drop the Tax Sergeant, get the draw into memory off of that. And I imagine swing 1 more. Yeah, Tax Sergeant is one of the few ways that Wind has to sort of like maintain cards. It goes card neutral, but it has board presence, and she's a really big, beefy body on the field. It's like sort of obnoxiously hard to remove her. Even as like Lorraine level 2, you get your buff, but you still need to use a weapon attack to get over her, just because 4 health is a lot. So this time, Jimmy's going to learn from last game. He's going to go ahead and grab that Tithe Proclamation, get the draw off the Tithe, and then draw for turn. So that is his second draw for the turn. He only gets 1 more. But at Lorraine level 1, you're probably not drawing a third time anyways, so it's okay. That is one of his floatings down, so now if he wants to go to 2, it is a little bit more resource intensive. And, getting the Tithe here is sort of allowing your opponent to have the level advantage, but also getting the Tithe sort of keeps them off of, the full Ascension, Avarice, Cruxite loop. And it is pretty hard to build a hand that you can comfortably Ensoul and Banner Knight and attack with an attack card. If you don't have, that sort of crazy way to generate card advantage. So we're going to drop a Flame Rune, 2 damage face, put Kobe up to 3. And another one, 2 more damage, put him up to 5. And it's just gonna be double Flame Rune and pass. It's gonna grab a ring here, pop it for draw number 1 before Recollection. Recollection draw number 2. So he does only have 1 more draw this turn. Probably looking for a Dungeon Guide play into 3. Typically, I mean, he's got no floating. So you're either looking at play a card that costs more than 3 just to hard level 3, or you're looking for Dungeon Guide angle. And Dungeon Guide's a little bit less resource intensive. And now we're also seeing the potential downside of Tax Sergeant is that, like, she may have a lot of health, but she does not do a lot of damage, and so she's not actually that good at removing allies from the board, at least without the support of like a Banner Knight or a Phalanx Captain or something else that buffs her attack up. So like if Cody wanted to remove one of these flame runes, I'm not necessarily sure that he does want to remove one just because they're floating memory and he's got one engraved. So again, posturing that level up. Um, but he'd have to attack with champion and attack sergeant as it is right now to actually remove one from the board. So it's attack sergeant is very good because she lets you go card neutral. She lets you maintain an amount of cards in hand while also having board presence, but she doesn't do a lot of damage. So there's some drawbacks there. Kobe's thinking through this play. I imagine there's some sort of line in which you dungeon guide and then see if you still have enough cards to play your crux cards. He is just going to start by going one face with attack sergeant, putting Jimmy up to 5. And he's going to drop a shieldmate. Shieldmate pass. So this is now like the turn to go for level 2 if you have it, if you have Flame Sweep. And given the... No, okay. He's just going to grab Drownblade, get 1 draw off that, and then draw. So again, at 2. It's now down to 0 floating. And if he wants to attack with the Flame Runes, he does have to attack into that Shieldmate. And you don't really want to, gives your opponent free floating. They could use that plus the 2 cards of memory to force to 3 if they wanted. Looks like he's thinking also as well, just trying to see what the best play is. That's one of the interesting things about Shieldmate. He's just gonna kill it, so that's fine. He offers the 1 floating to get it off the board, because otherwise you're sort of just standing still, not doing much of anything. So you can at least get some pressure on your opponent. Does 2 more, puts him up to 7. Has not played any cards yet this turn. See what he's got. Flame Rune is another great target to Cremation Ritual. Just, the same thing as Honorable Vanguard. It just does an extra damage. But it is floating, and it lets you draw 2 if you cremate it. We're gonna Blazing Throw the Drawn Blade. And assuming there's no response, that looks to me like it hit face as well. Yeah. Put him up to 11. Blazing Throw is such an interesting card. It does so much damage out of nowhere. It's one of those that you almost forget to play around it, and then your opponent hits you with it, and you're like, oh yeah, that card was 1 damage, do 4 damage, or one card, 1 cost, do 4 damage. It's very good like turnover rate. Now, the notable thing about this Tithe Proclamation is Kobe does play a Dematerialize in his main deck and 2 more in his side. So he could have chosen to side them in to get rid of it. Also, Zephyr is also not a bad card at all. Let's see what he goes for, because you can always, so if you go to end phase here, at the beginning of end phase you use Zephyr, you can target the Tithe Proclamation. It'll come back at the beginning of the next end phase, so there's a whole turn with it not in play. So you could do that, force level to 3, and then start using Ascension and Avarice to draw your cards. I don't know what the target of this Zephyr was, though. It is unclear to me. Looks like we're waiting for a response. I don't know that there necessarily is a good response here. um, no, they're waiting for a judge call. Yeah, so they're currently getting a judge call. I think they're asking about the timing of like when Zephyr's activated versus when it resolves, stuff like that. But our good old head judge Andy is in the chat, and he is fixing it up for us. But yeah, so I imagine, yes, you end phase Zephyr the Tithe, and then you go to your turn, go to 3, and now you can start drawing cards, and it comes back in your end phase. So who's gonna banish the one floating, and then 2 cards randomly, Dungeon Guide and a sweep, going into level 3, and then here it goes. So if you're a fan of Kobe, you really hope that other card in his hand is either a Cruxite or an Ascension. And given how, okay, so he does just play the one Ascension to draw 2 cards. He is going to drop just a Raw and Soul and make me count damage again. But yeah, he has exactly enough cards to hit the Ensoul after he Ascensioned once. So see what our response is to this. We can Creative Shock, discard a floating, and then scoop the game up. So Kobe is your winner. The Ensoul does get there after a slow start from Jimmy. It was not able to claw it back in his favor. So wow, they left very fast. I'll see if Kobe wants to jump into an interview and see what we're doing. But until I get him, I will be right back.
Oh, sure thing. Mhm.
Sure thing. Mhm.
I'm here with Kobe, winner of the last game. Congratulations on your win. That was a pretty clean 2-0 from
Well,
you.
thank you.
Well, thank you.
Uh, what are your thoughts on like that matchup, sort of like the wind versus fire Lorraine stuff?
Um,
Um,
I like to believe that in
I
that
like to
matchup,
believe that in
I'm
that
the
matchup, I'm
character
the
or the player
character
that has
or
the
the
more
player that has the
most
more
interaction.
most interaction.
You may have noticed that
You may have
in
noticed that
one of
in
my
one
banishments,
of my
I
banishments,
lost
I
a
lost
dematerialize. I
a
was really hoping I
dematerialize. I
could
was really
use that
hoping I
one
could use that one
because I think
Mhm.
dematerialize
because I
is a
think
very powerful
dematerialize is
card
a
in
very
that
powerful
particular
card in
matchup,
that particular matchup,
especially being on the draw,
especially being on the draw,
because they go on things
because they go
like
on things like
when they go to level one
when they
Lorraine
go
and
to
then
level one
I go
Lorraine
into
and
level
then
one
I go
Lorraine,
into
I
level
can
one Lorraine,
immediately use
I can immediately
dematerialize
use
and
dematerialize and
dematerialize
dematerialize
um,
uh,
their sort of seeking.
their sort
I've
of
been
seeking.
talking about it a
I've
lot
been
Right
talking
on.
about it a lot
with a couple friends
with a
in
couple
that
friends in that
yes, dematerialize you're down a card.
dematerialize your down a
Um,
card.
but if it's a one for
But
one
if
trade
it's a
in
one for
that
one trade,
I'm
in that
losing a
I'm
main deck
losing
card,
a
yet my
main deck
opponent's
card,
losing
yet my
a
opponent's losing a
material deck card. And the way
material
I
deck card.
see it is
And the
that
way I
it's
see it is
almost
that
like
it's almost like
I'm about to use magic terminology, time walk, but taking an extra turn
Mhm.
uh,
Yeah, yeah,
for
yeah.
the fact that they have to spend a whole other material phase just to get their sword. And I find that to be a stronger value than just simply one for one. Um, However, because I banished the dematerialize, I wasn't be able to do that. So because my plan at that time when having to do the end of turn, um, I did some end of turn in order to put the use a reclaim in order to put that dematerialize down. It was either between that or insult, and you saw that the insult won me the game. So glad, happy to lose the dematerialize in that front rather than the insult.
Yeah, I was saying it right at the beginning. I know that like Wind versus Fire Lorraine has typically been favored on Wind side just because you have the threat of the cards like Veiling Breeze and whatnot. And I do have to ask because I obviously didn't actually I can't see anyone's hands. I'm just watching the same way you guys
Right.
are. In that first game when you ensouled and you had two cards in hand, was it Veiling Breeze +1?
No, it was not.
Ooh, it was a
I
bluff.
actually boarded out Veiling Breeze. Um, yeah,
Interesting.
because I actually think the interaction matters prior to insult. So that we get ourselves. I want to interact before Crux. And my thought process is, if I'm insoling and I have Veiling Breeze after insult, I should be winning with insult anyways. And that's my thought process. Granted, I would like to say that I'm fairly inexperienced with this game, and I just came back after like a month and a half, 2-month break. But my thought process is, if I'm resolving insult, I should be winning. Now I just recently learned about that new card, Resolute Stand, I believe, and I think that definitely changes things quite tremendously. Um, however, uh, I stuck with the game plan of not using Veiling Breeze because I found that Veiling Breeze pre-install is a dead card and not anything I want to be using at all because it's -1 in card advantage, and I can't. That's one card wasted before I can use insult. And the whole game plan of this deck is just race to insult as fast as possible.
Right, yeah. I noticed that you also forwarded the Discord tournament we had
Hmm.
on Thursday, the big 53-person one.
Right.
Was that the same deck as the one you're using today, or were there slight card differences at all?
Very, very slight card differences. I noticed at that time I was on two Hurricane Sweeps and one mainboard Phalanx Captain. I found that the Phalanx Captain just was not doing anything, and I just immediately just cut that. And I noticed that the meta now felt a lot more aggro heavy. When I was playing before my break, there was hardly any aggro decks, and now I'm seeing a ton of them. Like it was my first time coming across, what was it, Wind Rider Vanguard, I believe is the card.
Yep, yeah,
Um,
yeah. The
yeah.
the
I learned of that
two
card
three
for the
figure,
first
yeah.
time, and, and I was like, oh wow, this is very aggressive. Even when I crack back, they're going to retaliate and deal a lot of damage. So
Mm-hmm.
immediately learning, I came across like I want to say like two aggro decks on Thursday. So I immediately went from two Hurricane Sweeps up to four in the main. Um, and took out the Phalanx Captain, and I put in another some other card I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, the Hurricane sweeps from 2 to 4 is the big difference. But for the most part, it was a very subtle change, and the deck remains the same. Very old school.
Awesome, yeah. How are you feeling about your running for the end? You're gunning for a top four cut. I think 3-1 is like the minimum.
Right, yeah. Because I lost the first round, I'm definitely hoping for 3-1 for top four. But truthfully, like I'm okay with any finish. Like I said, I just came back from a long break. Well, if you call it like 2 months long. Um, but I just wanted to have fun on
Yeah.
Thursday. Played like this old deck that I have with hardly any changes, with from Fractured Crown, and know very little about the new meta. But yeah, I'm having fun and uh, doing well. Did well on Thursday. The thing that I'm most scared about going into this tournament is my matchup with Erupting Rhapsody. My
Mm,
last matchup,
hmm.
I lost to that, and I feel that my current build have very little interactions against it. Um, and currently, I have one blanch in my sideboard, and I feel like, man, I wish I had more of those so I can interact with that.
Yeah, right, right,
Right.
right. Well, congratulations on your win, and best of luck in the next two rounds. And I hope you still have fun by the end of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. We'll see. But I'm sure I'll have fun. It's Grand Archive. It's a great game.
Of
Cool.
course, of
Thanks so
course,
much.
absolutely. All right, that was Kobe, our winner. I'm gonna quick throw us over to a be right back screen, and then we should be kicking on with the next round in the next 5-10 minutes or so, depending on how long these other games last. Thank you all for being here, by the way. I really appreciate you. Cheers. Go sub to Bestial Frenzies podcast on YouTube. Wahoo! All right, welcome back. We are in round 3 now. Both of these players are 2-0. We've got Caben S on the left and Dylan B on the right. Both these players are regional champions in separate regions. Dylan won the SoCal regionals. Caben won several Star Championships and one of the Australia regionals, and he's a very good player. Very good players. So we this should be a good match, and the matchup is also very interesting. It should be it's sort of a slog fest back and forth. There's two aggro decks. These guys are actually the people who popularized both of these decks. So Caben is playing his trademark wind like allies Lorraine level 2 turbo nonsense. Dylan is playing the same thing but fire. So it's the Allies Fire Lorraine build. I think we saw it in round 1 with Keenan, but Dylan is the person who brought it to SoCal Regionals and won with it. Looks like Caven is up first. This is maybe one of those matchups where you actually kind of want to go second just to start getting damage on the board right away. But we'll see what we got. I think the notable things in this matchup here is that Caven does main deck Scavenging Raccoons. And he's going to drop double Swift Recruits turn 1 and pass it over, it looks like. And so all these cards that scale off of the amount of fire cards in Grave, Caven does have the capacity to just, like, rip them out of the graveyard pretty effectively. And, you know, if he uses Displace or whatever it is on the Raccoons, he can get a couple of on-enter triggers off of the same one Raccoon, and potentially banish, like, 4 to 6 cards before it's dealt with. So, I think that's going to be the edge. But, of course, Fire Lorraine, like we saw in the very first round, does have the potential to sort of just, like, blow you up in one turn with cards like Fire Momentum, Running Flames. So he's going to go ahead, drop that Spirit of Fire, and draw 7 cards plus the 1 for turn, which is 8. So we'll see if we can get some damage on the board early. These guys are really just going to be attacking each other back and forth, back to back. So it's going to be a lot about who can maintain board control and who can keep removing their opponent's threats before they take too much damage, or have a out to their opponent's deck. So this fire allies build likes to drop something like an Arthur on turn 1. Arthur early is always better than Arthur late. But any Arthur is good. But also, you could consider that play to be a little bit too slow in this matchup. If you just go Arthur pass, you're actually not dealing with anything, and giving Caven the option to just drop a couple more allies and then, like, super beef the board. So we will see. It looks like Dylan is really considering his options here. Drops 3 for a Creative Shock. Yeah. We're going to see if we can get, we get both A, a fire, and B, a floating memory into the grave, which is great. Just a great start. Looks like we're dropping another 3 cards, another 4 cards. There's the Arthur, arrested, and go. Yep, so pretty solid turn. Gets a floating in the bin, and also gets the arrested Arthur. But like I was saying, this is, you know, potentially a little slow for this matchup specifically. Caven is going to start coming in and swinging for some damage this turn, likely. Or he might leave the interceptors up as well. Both are valid options. We'll see where he starts, though. So grab the ring, popped it for recollection, standard stuff. And we are going to go ahead and drop a Dream Fairy. Holy moly, tuck the Arthur. Vare cannot activate that card anymore, and he's going to attack for a total of 3 damage. What a play. Yeah, so this Dream Fairy has been added to the deck. It's sort of coming in clutch. I think it's mostly a tech to get over, like, taunt cards. Like, you know, if people are adding taunt to Blue Slime or Majestic Spirit or, like, Intangible Geist plus Majestic Spirit, you know, stuff like that. Dream Fairy helps you tuck those cards. But it is also just, like, a decent option against decks like this. So it goes ahead, levels up to Lorraine level 1, grabs that sword. So Dylan does have the level advantage, but of course the board advantage is heavily favoring Caven right now. Just looking at his options, not too sure about what he's got there, but and he just passes back, it looks like. Or he might just be thinking. We are just thinking, not passing quite yet. Yeah, so the pesky text on that Dream Fairy does say that you can't activate allies with the same name as the one that it tucks under into your memory. So Arthur, even though it is in hand, cannot be played. He will drop a Hasty Messenger though, so that's not bad at all. And he will get in for his 1 damage and start cycling his cards. Looks like he is just going to drop that Arthur. He's saying, "Yep, I can't play it, so I'm going to ditch it. Don't need it anymore." Let's see what else he's got in his hand. Pays another 3. He is going to, yep, again, cremate the Hasty Messenger. We'll see if there is a response. It sacrifices as cost, so you can't, like, displace the ally in response. So, yep, looks like that's what they're making sure. Get 2 more fires engraved, draw 2 cards. Pretty good. Yeah, so again, like, the thing about, like I've been saying, every time we've seen a Hasty Messenger in a cremation ritual, it's just that Hasty is a card that puts on a lot of pressure, really incentivizes your opponent to kill it, and so if you know it's going to die anyways, you might as well kill it on your own terms and draw a couple cards anyways. And then we are going to fire your momentum. And I think we are just going at face for, I don't know how much damage this is. I want to say it will. Oh, haha, fan it out for me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with the sword. 8. So he does 9 damage right away. Wakes up the board. Hoping that I counted right. Goes over to Cabin. So we haven't dealt with the board yet, but we have dealt with a lot of the life. And if he remains as just a spirit, he is, 6 damage shy of just losing the game. And there's quite a lot of cards in Dylan's memory there, so he probably has access to 6 damage. So this could be a... Yeah, it looks like we're pushing the level up. We need the extra HP stat. And that is the thing about like these matchups, is that they're both putting a lot of pressure on their opponents at the same time, and forcing a lot of cards out of them to do so. Gets Ornamental Greatsword and is buffing up one of the Swift Recruits. In this deck, I like that as an option over Sword of Seeking because it pushes an extra damage right away, so it's effectively a 0 cost 2 damage sword, instead of a 0 cost 1 damage sword. To answer your question, Color Supreme, yeah, the answer is yes. Dream Fairy specifically says while it is on the field, or like it is a persistent effect while it's on the field. So if Dream Fairy goes away, you can activate the card that it tucked. However, it does have stealth, so it is a little bit annoying to remove, as opposed to the rest of the allies. Stealth and 2 health, so just a single attack with the Sword of Seeking doesn't quite do it. So it's become a really interesting... a lot of people were playing it sideboard earlier, but I think it's actually a very interesting mainboard option when some decks are playing very powerful allies that can counter your strategy. So we attack with the board, do a bunch of stuff here, and then we are going to drop an Eastern Protector and bounce that Dream Fairy. Yep, so Eastern Protector is a big body. He bounces one of your own allies on enter. But of course, the Dream Fairy has done its job. He can now reuse it to tuck a different card. Now that Arthur is in the graveyard, it's not really coming back. So, 2 cards in hand. One of them is a Dream Fairy, we know for sure. Dylan does have... a lot of cards in his memory here to play with. We'll see what he decides to go for. For both those questions, so yes, cleave goes over stealth, so you can cleave a board and it'll hit all the units even if they are stealth and you don't have true sight. And then any ally that is awake that is being hit by the cleave can retaliate. Yes, so if you have a board of all awake dudes and your opponent cleaves, you can hit them back for like 10 damage. That's why some of like the pride beasts are pretty decent versus cleave, because they're just big bodies that they say, if you're gonna attack me, I'm gonna punch you back. So yeah, so Flame Sweep would have been a way to get over the entire board if he had it. But it looks like he's really really thinking hard about what he's going to materialize here. Notably, the Eastern Protector does have Intercept as a 3/4 with Intercept, so it is pretty large. In addition to being able to block attacks, and the Swift Recruit also does the same thing. So he's got 2 Interceptors to play around a potential Smoke Bombs play. That's been a weird rules interaction that has gotten some people caught off guard when they play against this deck, is that a unit with Intercept and Stealth cannot intercept attacks that don't have True Sight. So if you activate Smoke Bombs, which is a regalia that gives just an ally stealth, if you activate Smoke Bombs and target an opponent's ally that has Intercept on it, they actually cannot resolve their Intercept against your attack, so they can't redirect your attacks. But having 2 Intercepts on field means that you can't just Smoke Bomb one of them, you have to deal with both of them somehow. So it's just, putting it on your opponent to say, have the extra card. You have to do more than just grab a regalia that you can have anytime. So I wonder if Dylan is counting here. He does. He needs to deal 11 damage through 2 intercept units to win this turn. And I wouldn't put it past his deck, but the Eastern Protector is pretty spooky. I think if it was just 1 intercept unit, it's fine. You can deal with it. You can either kill it if it's just the Swift Recruiter, you can Smoke Bombs it, like I was saying. But having 2 of them on board and one of them being pretty big means that just attacking with allies probably isn't quite enough. And it looks like he's really trying to figure out sort of what the best line is to take. Because also, if you attack into that Eastern Protector to remove it, you're also taking the 3 damage back to yourself. So you can get rid of it, but you'll go up to 10 as opposed to your opponent's 9, so you actually be down on life. So it's a tough decision. That's like the kind of pressure that this Wind Allies deck puts on. And it's like, it's an aggro deck, but it also has some amount of defensive plays that it can do to hold up, a good amount of defense while it's still being aggressive. It makes it very, very hard to play against if you don't know like exactly what you're doing. And we are just going to grab a ring. Yep. And no reason to pop it for recollection because there's no card in hand, so you're not going to be able to play anything anyways. So we'll just go ahead, draw for turn, pop the ring, draw a card. And we'll see what we can come up with. So there's a slim chance that he was, doing the math on assembling a lethal kill this turn. I think it's a little bit unlikely that he would have been able to, assemble full lethal through this board. But he knows his deck better than I do, so we'll see what he's got. So he's got Blazing Throw, which is a very efficient way to deal with the Eastern Protector without taking damage. So it's 4 damage right away, no retaliation because it's not an attack. We break the sword. So that is, yeah, immediately a very effective way of dealing with the Eastern Protector. Real good. So now we've got 1 intercept unit and still 11 damage to deal. Through the potential of, you see, again, a wind deck that's holding up 2 cards. It always could be Veiling Breeze. You don't know for sure. But that's sort of what you're expecting to play around when they have 2 cards in hand. So then we'll go ahead and drop a Strapping Conscript, which I believe, yep, takes out the intercept and dies to the retaliation attack. And then we will fire momentum for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to face. So that puts Caban up to 18, I believe, and it goes to his turn. Yep. All right, so he is still alive, but just barely. He's going to go get his Drawn Blade, banishing that Swift Recruit, get the extra draw. Recollect and draw. So now it puts it on him. He's got to do 13 damage from a small hand to finish Dylan off this turn. And he's going to start by dealing 1, which is a good start, but 12 to go, otherwise you're probably losing this game. Again, this is one of those boards where it's like, if I don't win this turn, I lose, so how do I assemble a win? You could try to hold up a lot of defense by leaving up a bunch of interceptors, but he's just going to go face as well with the Swift Recruit. And he's going to drop Eastern Protector. Yep. Bounce the Swift Recruit. Big intercept guy. Drop the Swift Recruit. Double intercept. And go. So I think the card that Dylan will just instantly win this game is Flame Sweep, I think, if he has it. If he has the ability to go get a sword and then he Flame Sweeps, that will just be game and it'll get over all the intercept guys. So we'll see if he has it. Otherwise, he is going to have to, deal with the double intercept again. It's another situation where smoke bombs won't do it because there's 2 of them. So if you got smoke bombs, you'd have to do smoke bombs plus a removal for the other one. It's more easy to remove the Swift Recruit than it is to remove the Eastern Protector, so you'd probably smoke bombs the Eastern Protector, remove the Swift Recruit, attack for lethal. But you gotta have all those cards first before you can do that, so we'll see what he's got. Because of how hard he's thinking about it, it reads to me as if he doesn't instantly have lethal. But he is counting his cards, so that, if your opponent starts counting their cards and they look over at your life total, it's usually not a great sign, but it also could mean that it's very very likely. So notably on that question, Color. So there were 2 fire momentums in a row. There was one on turn 2 and one on turn 3. Caban could have dropped a Nullifying Lantern. Unfortunately, he does not have one in his main board, or his sideboard, actually. He does not have access to Nullifying Lantern this entire game. Now, Dylan doesn't necessarily know that, but he does not play the card. So it looks like he grabs Sword of Adversity. So with no allies on board, this is a 2-damage sword. And with 1 card in hand, there's not really a single, a good, 1 card out. He doesn't control a sword, so he can't even cast, Deflecting Edge for free. That does cost a card. So a Flame Sweep would do it. Looks like he's still counting, though. So that, again implies to me he does not have the sweep in hand. They're going to drop, I believe this is Blazing Bowman. Banish a fire card. It becomes a 4-2 that can't be, or a 4-1 that can't be retaliated. So that can kill the Eastern Protector. Can't retaliate against it, so it's still on the board. It's only until end of turn, though, so it'll be back to a 2-1 at the beginning of the next turn. But 1 interceptor's been cleared. So if we want to get over the other one, going to be a couple more cards. 2 for a Strapping Conscript again. That is just a 2/1 at this point because he's not level 2. And he will attack, and then the Retaliate happens. They both die, so he trades the 1 for 1. And he leaves the Bowman on board. So again, he's now dealt with all these cards, but he does not have lethal, so it is up to Caben. And again, you're in a situation where you're looking at this, and it's like, if you don't win this turn, you're probably losing. So let's see what he's got. He's got a decent amount of cards in hand, but he is looking to push 11 damage. He's going to start by Dream Fairying the Bowman, and then attacking for 1. Putting him up to 10. And then, is that a pass? Is looking like that's a pass to me. So no intercept on the board. There's no... Ugh. It's not looking good for Caben. There is like a potential. So if Dylan tries to win with an ally attack, there is the potential that Caben could displace the Dream Fairy, and then tuck the ally again, which is certainly an option. But with the amount of cards that Dylan has in hand, it really looks to me that he should be able to find the last 2 damage to assemble lethal here. I mean, because right now he could attempt to just swing face with Lorraine. He's playing Lorraine. Right now he's playing a Lorraine level 2 deck. So he's currently level 1 Lorraine with a Sword of Adversity in play. Let's see. So we are just going to Rending Flames for a lot of damage, and that is well over lethal. Dylan will take game 1 with that card. Yeah, Rending Flame is very, very powerful attack card. You banish 3 fire cards from your grave when you cast it, and then you get to deal double damage on hit. With Sword of Adversity and no allies, that's 5 base damage, so that would double to 10. And there's not really a great way to reduce 10 damage when you're only on 2 life. So Dylan will take that one. He goes up 1-0 in the matchup. And they will begin siding. So let me take a moment. I'm going to look at the sideboard options for both these players against these decks. So, notably, Dylan does have the Crimson Protective Trinket in his sideboard, which is the one that you can reveal. Let's see, target opponent reveals 2 cards at random from their memory, banish each wind element card revealed this way. So if Caben's got a couple cards in memory and Dylan grabs that card, he can pop it, banish 2 cards. Very, very powerful. It's just me today. Indy's busy. And then also the Smoke Bombs inside. So I think the Smoke Bombs comes in probably, the Crimson Protective Trinket comes in probably. And those are probably the most important pieces in this matchup. If you know you're going second, you can probably side out your increasing dangers. You really don't want to use those against an aggro deck, especially if you're going second. In terms of Caben's options, he can also side in his Smoke Bombs, so he's got that option. But I don't think there's actually a good interceptor in Dylan's deck, so the Smoke Bombs probably actually doesn't need to come in at all. And then, I mean, the other option, you could side in your 4th Raccoon, and then potentially Inspiring Calls just to have a little bit faster damage output. But hard to know for sure. The sideboard is definitely not built for this matchup. You could also side in your Tithe Proclamation. Fire does do like a good amount of drawing more than 1 card a turn. So that's probably a decent shout for the sideboard as well. So I probably put in the fourth Raccoon and the Tithe Proclamation just to stop him from aggressively drawing so much. Maybe slid on the Hasty Messengers and the Cremation Rituals a little bit. But I think the decks will largely be the same between games. There's not really that much that these decks side for each other specifically. We will see. Yeah, so it does look like Haven chose to go second that game. Makes sense. You want to drop your allies. You want to deal damage as fast as possible. And so the fact that you can start attacking on your first turn is actually very relevant in this kind of matchup. So we'll see if he can find a floating memory again. Like, you know, a solid turn one play is just do something to get floating in the grave somehow so that you can level up. The class bonuses aren't as important for either of these decks as they are for many others, but you know, it's still important to get your class bonuses on early because a lot of them are very strong. Specifically, Dylan's deck like has no damage output unless it is a warrior because your main damage, fire momentum, running flames, all of that's class bonus. So, going for the creative shock on turn 1. This is a risky play. And we'll see if he gets punished for it, or if it's just fine. I guess it's only risky if he discards a floating memory. So typically, Creative Shock, discard a floating is great. And he discards an Arthur, so that implies to me there's a second Arthur in hand. But he might not have enough cards to cast it. Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah. So he just Creative Shock, discards Arthur. He's getting some cards in memory. The reason that it would be risky to discard a floating with Creative Shock on your own turn is because Scavenging Raccoon is a card, and it could keep your opponent off of leveling up, which would be very powerful. And yep, he has it, so he's gonna go ahead, drop it, banish the 2 fire cards, so those are not there for, you know, later fire attacks, fire momentum, running flames, and such. But luckily he didn't drop a floating memory, so he's not going super negative on card advantage. And then Eastern Protector will go ahead and bounce that raccoon back to hand, so he gets to use it again. He will swing in for 3. So that's a very, very, very powerful turn 1 from Gaben. Very good stuff. And now Dylan knows about the raccoon. He knows he has to play around it. So, you know, you either have to have fast floating, or you sort of have to deal with every turn 2 cards getting banished from your grave. And that is a very, very smart and strategic approach to this matchup from Gaben's side. So. So electing to grab a Wind Bauble as opposed to leveling up. Draw the extra card. See what we got. So this Protector is, again, hard to get over in the early game. Especially, I mean, like 4 health is a lot. It swings for a lot of damage. If Caben has something like a second wind in hand, as well, it's like a great way to have it push a whole bunch of extra damage. But, you know, at this point, Dylan knows that he's going to have to deal with Scavenging Raccoon ripping all of his fire cards from grave, like, turn after turn. And Wind has no shortage of bounce cards. So there's a potential that this one raccoon can be reused 3-4 times before it goes down, which is just crazy value against this deck specifically. Looking like he's deciding what to drop this turn. Feels pretty hard to get anything to stick in this matchup. Just with the option of, like, Dream Fairies can remove your board easily, and then he can continue to bounce them and reuse them to just keep getting advantage that way. The raccoons target the graveyard. He can bounce them and reuse them. It's sort of just like everything that you're trying to assemble for your, like, end game combo is becoming more and more difficult. You will just go ahead and grab that Arthur, and it looks like, yep, he's just going to have the Immortal effect, grab a Conscript, and go 3 damage. Okay, so actually that looks to me there was not the Immortal Arthur, but he just attacked twice into the Eastern Protector to kill it. Yeah. Grabs the ring. Goes up. Yeah, so he attacked for 4 total damage into these protector, enough for lethal. And notably didn't retaliate is the interesting thing. Oh no, it was rested. Never mind. I'm crazy. We shall continue. So Dylan's trying to reestablish a board presence. He's probably noticing at this point that his best bet in this game is to have his damage be from the board, since his graveyard's probably going to be pretty empty for the most part, until he can get that raccoon out of Caven's hand. But Caven's just going to drop it. Maybe Caven's light on other allies, so he is going to go ahead, kill the conscript. It can't retaliate because it is rested, and then he's going to bounce it again and kill the Arthur, looks like. Yeah, so they're really just trading boards right now, but that raccoon in hand is just saying, like, every time something fire goes to the graveyard, it is going to get banished. You're not going to have the option, and we are back into the same board state that we were at the beginning of last turn. And we will, again, grab another draw one. Now, the nice thing about the way that Caben is handling this, though, is that because he keeps like attacking and then bouncing his own ally, he's still maintaining a good amount of cards in hand and options for the following turn, while removing Dylan's cards. So Dylan has 2 cards that hit the graveyard versus Caben had 1 card hit the graveyard on the past turn, and then 1 that went back to his hand and a big body still. So very, very like well thought out and well played, and like a very, very interesting way the deck is constructed to keep recycling its resources over and over again. Yeah, deciding what to go for here. He is going to drop a Blazing Bowman. Blazing Bowman does contest the Protector, does get over it, and also, you know, he's saying, you're just going to banish my grave anyways, I'll banish my own grave before you have the chance, and I'll keep contesting you. So, back on the board. Right now, both these players are just trading their allies into each other over and over again. Blazing Bowman, of course, new card from Fractured Crown, becomes a 4/2 on enter if you banish a fire card from your graveyard, and its attacks cannot be retaliated. Is one of the first couple of Ranger cards that we have in the format. But otherwise, any turn after that first one, he's just a 2/1 that cannot be retaliated. So, big swing on his first turn, and then he sort of settles down from there. And then end phase looks like we're going to Fairy Whispers, see what the options are, cycle a little bit, get a new card to hand. Bottom 1, top 2 looks like, and then I assume guarantee reveal a wind. Yep, reveal a wind card. That displace goes to hand, add it to hand, and then continue. Displace another new very, very, very powerful card from Fractured Crown. Looks like he grabs that Tariff Ring. Tariff Ring, another interesting one. So you can only pop in a Recollection, but it does say that when your opponent declares attacks this turn, they cost 2, all of them. So any ally attack costs 2. You have to pay extra for champion attacks, all that stuff. So it's, you know, a decent way of slowing them down. And then Wind Rider Vanguard is going to come down. No class bonus, so it does not have Vigor, but it is a 2/3. And he's just going to attack into that Bowman. Again, contest that board. And then, you know, if you wanted to, the Raccoon could come down, banish the 2 fire cards, and then get in for 1. And looks like that is the choice. Keeping that graveyard nice and empty, and with a displace in hand too. Doesn't have enough cards to cast it right now, but he could. And that would be another very powerful, fast way to dodge an attack and banish 2 more fire cards from grave. So we're really seeing the power of the Scavenging Raccoons. Just like, and how well they do against, you know, sort of these like graveyard fire decks. having like targeted graveyard hate is something that's we haven't had for a while in this game. So it is a very good way to target down the erupting or the fire player's grave. But right now on board, it is vulnerable. 2 cards in hand is not enough to cast a Displace, and the Raccoon is only a 1/1, so there is a chance that Dylan could kill it this turn, just by attacking anything in it for 1. Of course, the Terraforming can tax the attacks a little bit, but with an empty board, you're less inclined to pop the Terraforming. You're more inclined to pop it when you know your opponent's doing something that's a little bit more dangerous. And also, you have to pop it in a Recollection, so you cannot wait. So, we'll see if he pops this turn. I have to imagine he would probably keep it on board. Just keep it for when it matters more. Notably, this is a game between 2 aggro decks where they're both still spirits. The score is only 0-5, and we're, like 4 turns in? 3 turns in? Looks like he is going to push the level to 1, banishing that Arthur. I think that's he's down 3 Arthurs now, and he will go into Lorraine level 1 and grab a sword. Have to assume it's Sword of Seeking here. I guess it could be Sword of Adversity. While you have no allies on board, does a little bit extra damage, but it will just be the Seeking. So that sword does immediately contest the raccoons. It does force Caben to find another one if he wants to continue doing shenanigans. We've entered Recollection, so he has the opportunity to pop the Terraforming now. If he does not, then we will just proceed. Oh, looks like he's getting a different sword on the trigger. Yeah, okay. So because we're just still there, cool. So he's getting Sword of Adversity. Instead, enter the Recollection phase. Terraforming has not been popped yet. We're going to Hone by Fire, target the sword. So it gains a durability counter, and it gains +2 damage. So that right now that is a 4 damage sword, with 2 durability on it rather than the 1. So it's a very powerful sword. And then the Terraforming will be popped. So if Dylan wants to attack this turn, he will have to pay an extra 2 per attack, which is fine. So notably, if he had enough cards, it looks like he does. He could try to cast a Flame Sweep and pay the extra 2 to get over the board, kill everything. So he's counting to make sure that he can pay the extra, if that's his option. Otherwise, you can just attack into face. It would be a pretty big damage swing, and give you the momentum again. Even up the life totals right now, because it is just a 4 damage sword. So we are going to rest the champion. Let's see if we're using a card. No, it is just a regular attack. It's going to get Deflecting Edge, and it was targeted at the Vanguard. Okay, so it's got 1 health left. The Deflecting Edge was eaten. It looks like he's thinking, again, if he wants to declare another attack this turn, he does have to pay the extra 2 reserve cost. Makes it hard to attack back-to-back, so Caben might be using this card just to sort of say, I'm trying to keep my board through your turn. And it looks like, yeah, it is just a pass. So you just attack and pass. He did not break the sword because the Hone by Fire did add that durability counter. But now it's looking like Caben is starting to establish a pretty dominant board position. One that might be a little bit harder to remove. He is choosing to get a bauble here. So he's staying at 15 health, which is, it is a risky play, but you can always displace your raccoon to get fire cards out of the graveyard. He's going to attack for a total of 3 damage. So Dylan will go to 8 out of 20. And he's got a hand full of cards to play. And we know the Displace is there. That's the thing. So we've seen it off of the Fairy Whispers. So that raccoon can have its effect activated at a fast speed, effectively. And we're going to drop Lurking Assailant, attack for 2 additional damage, putting Dylan up to 10. Lurking Assailant, another very interesting card to come out of Fractured Crown. It's very, very good in sealed. Hasn't seen a lot of constructed play, but while it is awake, it has stealth. And then at level 1 or higher, it can retaliate against attacks that are not targeted at it. So if you leave it up and Dylan attacks into your raccoon or something, you can retaliate. You can, punish them for killing your other allies if your ally isn't strong enough to retaliate on its own. It's certainly interesting, and it's a little pesky to get off the board just because it does have stealth while it is awake. But right now, it's just another ally that can deal some damage. So it looks like we are going into Lorraine level 2, which reads to me like a Flame Sweep is here, and level 2 Flame Sweep will be 4 damage across the board. It is enough to get over everything. If we've got it. We are going to do it. Now the displace is going to come down. So here's another very interesting rules interaction. I'm assuming this is displace, so I'll explain this as soon as he does it. So cleave cards sort of, they don't target per se, but he's going to reclaim. Okay. Well, I'll still share this info. So cleave cards don't target on like they don't target specifically, but the defending allies are like declared as a part of activating the card. So if you use displace during a cleave action, like let's say before damage, the ally you displace would leave and then enter the field, and it would no longer be considered a defending unit. So that's 2 additional damage face. So you can dodge cleave by displacing a unit. And if you have something like an Eastern Protector, you can actually have 2 units dodge cleave by bouncing your Eastern Protector. So 2 damage, banish the graveyard, 1 more damage, so that's 3 total. At 13, again, like we've seen how much, how many uses this raccoon has gotten. It is, there are no cards in Dylan's graveyard. He hasn't had a card in his graveyard for basically the entire game. Just because this one raccoon is just eating all of them. He's very hungry. He's a hungry raccoon. He's eating all your cards. And of course, still threatening the displace, like Caben does still have the fast way to activate that card. We'll say notably, I missed the 5 damage, let's see, for 6 damage across the board with the Sword of Adversity last turn that Caben took. So Caben did take 6 damage last turn. Let's see what we're looking at. And he will just reclaim in the end phase, looks like. Again, recycling that little pesky guy. And get the next floating into the grave. So that's 2 reclaims in the grave, so he can level up to 2 if he wants, or he can grab Drawn Blade. He's got lots of options with all those floating, and notably Dylan does not play the raccoon, so he cannot punish the floating just sitting there. But he will go ahead and put down a Cemetery Sentry, which is a 2/2 discard a fire card, draw a card on enter. There's going to be 2 more damaged face. So up to 8, and then pass. We'll grab the Drawn Blade with the Reclaim. We'll play Fairy Whispers Pre-Recollection. Bottom 1, top 2, reveal. It's a Veiling Breeze. That is not a good look for Dylan. Veiling Breeze is one of the most powerful cards in this matchup. Caven doesn't play that many of them, but he does play good ways to filter for them, i.e. Fairy Whispers. So, very powerful card that'll probably, like, I think knowing that he has that option, it kind of just signals to me that this game is a little bit out of reach for Dylan. We will see, though. Looks like it's dropping 5 cards for a Phalanx Captain. Phalanx Captain is a big boy. Currently not doing much of anything in terms of buff, but this is 2 total damage coming at the Cemetery Sentry, keeping it off the board. And is still representing cards in hand that could be Veiling Breeze. I mean, we know he has Veiling Breeze, we know he still has Displace. So he's got options that are defensive that can dodge attacks. So this Phalanx Captain is pretty safe this turn, I would imagine. And the next turn it can start buffing up the rest of the board. Let's see what his options are. He sort of doesn't have a lot here. What is that card that he just got? This is Crystal of Empowerment, it looks like. Which is an interesting choice. It can be used to get Strapping Conscript and Verucan Acolyte's class bonuses active to give them extra damage. And I guess if you don't have anything better to materialize, you might as well. But it's not a card that is going to be like particularly like, it's not going to open up the game at this point. This isn't like a niche crazy counter card. It's sort of just +2 levels. It's a very okay effect. He's going to Tempered Steel, the Sword of Seeking, and attack for 1 into the Phalanx Captain. And we're going to Immolation Trap it. So destroy target damaged ally. This would be a good opportunity for the Displace to come down. Yep, bounce it, put it back on the field. So the Immolation Trap won't kill the ally, but it will still trade card for card. And we'll Sparklight, I have to imagine, directly into face. Yep, putting him up to 10. So Caveman is looking to output 11 damage, is how much he's looking at. But he does still have the Raccoon in hand. He can still eat those fire cards. Ornamental Greatsword is going to give Phalanx Captain +1. It's going to give Lorraine an attack. So currently there's 3 damage on board out of the 11. Looking for 8. Phalanx Captain will buff all other allies, all their human allies that are attacking on the board. So if he's got a good amount of those, you can really start. Here come the raccoons. They're going to eat some cards. So he's actually established an amount of graveyard. I imagine you always eat the floating memory, and then just any fire card is fine because they're all the same. Attack for 1. Dylan goes to 14. Then Phalanx Captain goes in for 2. Lorraine goes in for 1. Total of 3 more damage, up to 17. Looks like we are back over to Dylan's turn. I think Kevin is still deciding if he's going to do any other actions this turn. He's just showing that he's got a whole bunch of, defense effects. I think he's maybe looking for he's maybe looking for a way to just say like, hey, I've got, like, I can block everything you want to do for every turn from now until forever. Veiling Breeze reveal 3 on the attack for 4. So Lorraine will take 1 damage. Go to 11. And then he will pass. 2 cards in hand, 3 in memory. Running out of steam. And also the match is running out of time. Is sort of a rat. There's about 10 minutes left. Caven is looking to deal 7 damage to assemble lethal. The raccoon was killed by the Sword of Seeking, yeah. So He's looking to assemble 7 damage. He can kill the bowman, it's only got 1. And he will go ahead and do that. Bowman dies. Phalanx Captain gets in for 1. Dylan goes to 18. Plays another raccoon, needs 2 more cards. Dylan goes to 19. He gets Crimson Protector Trinket. Banishes a Cemetery Sentry for that. So there are exactly 2 cards in memory. So this is a great way because you know that Caben is setting up for a Veiling Breeze, right? So you have this, you know that he's stacking a lot of wind cards in his memory. If you pop this, probably wind cards are going to be revealed. You're going to get to rip 2 of them. You're going to pop that. We get to banish 2 wind cards. So really nice value out of that card. And you know that he's got very few options in hand, but if Dylan can deal with the board, he might actually have enough to actually get over the stuff. So he will go ahead and attack. Looks like attack face for 4. Because the Phalanx Captain's a 1/5, so you still can't get over it. So he's going to do 4 damage face. Keegan's going to go to 15. Not a lot of cards in hand. He's got 2 on board, looking for 5 damage. 3 on board actually with the attack, but probably 1 attack has to go into the bowman. It's going to drop a displace on the raccoon. Or not, I'm not sure. Raccoon gets in for 1. Dylan goes to 20. It looks like Caven's actually like running out of the gas in his hand. Lorraine attacks for 1. Dylan goes to 21. Leaving the bowman on board is also a little risky. Sword breaks. Drops an Eastern Protector, bounce the raccoon. Eastern Protector for 4, puts him to 25. Does he have a deflecting edge in hand? They're going to game 3. Oh boy. All right. So Caven pulls that one out. There's about 7 minutes left in the round. So if the last match is anything like this past one, I have to imagine that it will not finish. It'll not finish before time is called. So this one's probably going to go to a draw. But we'll see. Maybe maybe fast match happens. We did see like just how much insane value there was that was generated out of those raccoons. They just got to banish. So I mean, like Dylan never had a chance to use any of his like good fire grave cards like Fire Momentum, Running Flame, stuff like that. It just really made the matchup super grindy, which is not something that the fire deck is really built to do. Like the grind game is not its strong suit. It really wants to thrive in the early game. And if it can't do that, going into long games gets a little hard. It was like pretty close at the end there, with the trinket. That was like a pretty solid play to like rip a couple cards out of the memory and just try to say like, I'm gonna take your good cards. Hopefully you don't have enough to fight back. But in the end, it was not quite enough. So it looks like we're going to start game 3. Dylan is... he's got a Spirit on board. I'm wondering if he's opting to go first here in this matchup. They're probably going to end up playing pretty fast this time around because there's like about 5 minutes left in the round. But I think the reasoning that you would want to go first is if you can put an Arthur down, rested turn 1, and try to get the value out of that, because you haven't really gotten a lot of Arthur value. And he is just going to pass. So he's learning from the raccoons. I think I saw a Creative Shock in his hand, so if he has it, he's going to try to go for an end phase so that he can't have his floating eaten. Caben drew all 8 cards off the Spirit Wind. Goes for a Fairy Whisper. So yeah, so you can see Caben is pushing the speed of pace of play a lot. 5 minutes left in the round, so you have to imagine that this game won't finish, but there's always a chance. Both these decks do have the ability to be super explosive, and dropping a big Phalanx Captain early is a pretty good way to do that. Just buff up your board, similar to what a turn 1 Arthur does, and it looks like that is not going to be the play. All right, we are dropping Lurking Assailant, Swift Recruit, attacking for 1, and passing. So Dylan goes up to 1. No, I don't have any game audio, just because I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. It'd be super distracting, and also, it's just easier on my half to just watch it. All right, so we use Creative Shock at the end phase, get the floating in the grave, go to level 1, get Sword of Adversity. So this is a 2 damage, 1 durability sword. We recollect and draw. So Lurking Assailant cannot retaliate yet against attacks not against it, because it is Cavin is still level 0. So we'll see what Dylan's options are. You can still try to remove it. It does have stealth while it's awake, so it's kind of hard to get off the board unless you can cleave it. And it is a 2/3, so it's kind of like an annoyingly large body as well. And notably, these are both human allies. So if Cayman chooses to go to level 1 next turn, he will get the added benefit of Phalanx Captain being cheaper to cast, which will make these guys on board even stronger. So we will grab a Bowman right away. Blazing Bowman. Looks like no enter trigger. He's just going to do 2 damage into the Swift Recruit, just to get it off the board. And he's going to cremate it. Draw 2. So looks like that was the play that turn. Again, Lurking Assailant has stealth, so he can't attack into it, and he chooses to not attack with Lorraine. So gets the ring this turn, doesn't want to banish from that big of a pool, probably wants to banish a smaller pool. 2 damage into face. Dylan goes to 3. And then Swift Recruit, Dylan goes to 4. And pops a ring, draws a card. All right, so Cayman is starting to establish this board presence. There's only 2 minutes left. So we are going to go for this Rending Flames. This is going to hurt quite a bit if there is no good defense against it. So Rending Flames is 3. Home by Fire gives the sword +2. The sword is already at 2. So this is currently looking like a 14 damage Rending Flames on the 15 damage Spirit. So it's 14 damage pass. There's the Lorraine level 1. So Dylan almost had enough to assemble lethal if he had 1 more damage. So Lurking Assailant now is a +1 for this turn, so it's a 3/3. So he'll attack 3. So Dylan will go to 7. And now, yeah, Cayman's probably got to leave that Swift Recruit up for the intercept. It goes to 8 because the Great Sword was used as well. Drops another Lurking Assailant, does 2 more. Dylan goes to 10. And there's 1 intercept on board. All right, so Dylan is looking for 6 damage. And he's got an 8-card hand to work with next turn. Looks like he's choosing to level into 2, so this might be a Flame Sweep angle. And Flame Sweep would be... Flame Sweep would be 6 across the board if he has it with the Sword of Adversity. Sword of Versus 2, 2 from the Lorraine buff, and 2 from Flame Sweep. That is 6 damage across the board. If Cayman does not have a way to protect damage on the champion, this is game right here. He does have a Veiling Breeze, so the board is going to go down, and he's going to retaliate for 1. So Dylan goes to 11. He's going to reduce 4 damage, so the champion's going to take 2. The board is going to die. Dylan's going to go to... Ooh, no, Dylan goes to 11. Cayman goes to 16. And he draws 3 cards. So again, he's looking for 4 damage. But he does not have a weapon, so nothing like Blazing Throw could get over. Drawn Blade comes down. Now that he's level 2, he's got 24. So now Capen's looking for 13 damage. I believe time has been called, so they are currently in turns. I believe time was called on Dylan's turn, so he would have been 0. Capen is turn 1. Raccoon comes down, banishes 2 fire cards, pokes for 1. Dylan goes to 12. Then squirrels come down. Dylan goes to 13. This would be a pretty good time for an Eastern Protector if he has it. He's got 4 cards in hand. And he's going to pass. So I believe Dylan is now on turn 2. Which means this is, I think, his last turn before turns of time are done. He's going to try to banish those cards. See what he's got. So banish 1. The Trinket Pre-Recollection is going to Creative Shock. Just cycle a little bit more. You're not going to play that card during your turn. Get some more fires in the grave. So Rending Flames is an option. Fire Momentum is an option. He's going to... I'm sure he's going to pop the Amulet or the Trinket just to see what Capen's grave looks like. Or it's not grave, sorry. What Capen's memory looks like. You can also try to pop it in response to like a Veiling Breeze in order to banish a couple cards. We're going to Increasing Danger is interesting. I wonder if he's just trying to get an extra fire card into the grave for perhaps a Fiery Momentum. He's going to go for it again. So Fiery Momentum would be 7 damage. Right now he's looking for 4. Looking for 4 for lethal. This is his last turn, and then it goes into Capen's last turn, and then it will be a draw after that if he doesn't win now. So we are going to Fire Momentum for 7 total. Deflecting Edge, 3 of it. Take 4. And that is going to be game, I believe. Yep, I believe Dylan takes it 2-1 in a nail-biter of a finish with exactly enough cards to get over that Deflecting Edge. I have to imagine that's what he was counting for, trying to play around that. So that was a very, very close, tight game in time from Dylan. Congratulations to him. And we will be back soon for the last round of Swiss. Thank you all for watching. All right, and we are back right away for round 4. Round 3 lasted just long enough. Getting into round 4, we got Matt G versus Eli M. Matt G, of course, the winner of the Yeti Gaming Regional in person, playing his trademarked Erupting Hybrid deck. Of course, turn 1 Increasing Danger is a classic start for these Erupting decks. Eli playing a strategy we haven't seen yet today, and he is playing Fire Arcane, I believe. Arcane Rye. Yep. So he's playing Fire Arcane combo, Ryan. This is an interesting matchup. So like if Eli can push to level 3, he does have the capacity to combo off and kill in one turn early. Now, unfortunately, Matt's deck is one of the most aggressive decks in last format, and he's got a couple new cards. And Eli's deck does not play some of the defensive tools that um, you sort of come to know from that counter match deck. So nothing like Quicksilver Nullifying Lantern, stuff like that. So it's definitely like risky. But if Matt does play a lot of the cards like the like Increasing Dangers, giving Eli extra cards to play, like that is certainly something. It looks like he goes immediately into a turn 1 dungeon guide. Yeah, that is what that card is. So he's gonna level up to Rye level 1 on his first turn. Insane. And I do not know how many arcane cards he's gonna have banished, so this might be a hard one to one might be a hard one to keep full track of. But he does level up right away. Uh, uh, he banished 2 because he paid 3 for the dungeon guide. He has the 1 in memory that he got from the Increasing Danger, so he paid 3, banished 2, goes down to 2 cards in memory. So he did banish the full 2. It just looks weird because he got Increasing Dangered. Um, but oh, banished 1 arcane, 1 arcane. Yes. Cool. So up to +1 arcane. Looks like Matt just went ahead, cremated that Library Witch. That's what she's good for, doing nothing and then being burned to ashes and drawing 3 cards. Sort of classic Library Witch stuff. And let's see what else he's got. So this deck does a bit of both. The same kind of stuff we saw last game from Dylan's deck. It's got like some of the Fire Rush and those cards. Looks like we're going to drop a Hasty Messenger, go 1 at face. Drop a card and draw. Oh, and they're being so lovely to me and actually having the life on the screen so I can keep track of it correctly. Wow. I will still keep track of it though. So Eli goes up to 1, drops a Flame Rune Swordsman, draws a card. Now you're already seeing his hand is just so big. That's what happens when you play like Increasing Danger, Library Cremation. Like you just get to draw cards. He is going to go ahead and drop that second Hasty. Eli goes up to 2, drops another Floating Memory and another fire card, draws a card, and I think he passes it over. So Eli does have the opportunity, if he wanted to push to 2 this turn. He could. He could just banish the 2 cards in his memory, go to level 2, and then, I don't know, maybe Dungeon Guide again to 3? I don't know if that's, if that's quite the play, but it is an option if he's got another one. And I mean, if he gets to level 3, if he has like any of the combo pieces in hand, and he is gonna do it, he's just gonna send it. That's 2 more arcane cards banished. Actually, looks like so he's up to 3 arcane cards in his banish zone. Goes straight to level 2. His first mage action, so he goes 1 into face. Yep, Dungeon Guide. She swings. She does so much damage. So 1 face, and then again, I mean, like, if he wants to, he can push to 3, and like if you get to 3, it is really insane value, and you can start comboing and kill them. It also gives you the extra health, but it takes a lot of cards to do that. He's already banished 4, 4 cards total. Matt is going to push into Lorraine level 1, get some of those class bonuses online as well. Those Flame Rune Swordsmen are now Floating Memory. They do count. And then double Hasties are going to get in there and start drawing cards. So the Hasty attacks are going to get Eli up to 4. Still dropping all the Fire Floating Memory cards. So he's got as many options as he could possibly want. And we'll see where he's going from there. I did see a peek of a cremation ritual in his hand, should he want it. Now, this is still very scary on Eli's part because, like we saw, cards like Fire Momentum do just do a lot of damage when you have good cards in your graveyard. And already Matt is getting quite the amount of fire cards in his graveyard for that Fire Momentum, which he does play, and he does have the class bonus on now that he's Lorraine. Notably, Embersong Fire Erupting is lethal. Yeah, it is, isn't it? So if he has it, he can have it, but he's going to take the 2, draw the cards. He's still probably looking for at least one of the combo pieces, given how many cards he has. And he attacks for 1. Eli goes to 5. And let's see what else he's got. No, he's got a cremation in hand, so yeah, he can cremate the clumsy, draw a couple more cards. So now this game is on a clock. Basically, if Eli, like, the way the board position looks, if Eli does not win on his next turn, he is going to lose this game. And there's the Idle Thoughts. So if there's one combo piece that we need that's in the top 4, we are going to find it now. And also with the amount of floating that he's got in Crave, he does have the option to go like into Lorraine level 2 for the +2 damage on Fire Momentum. So let's see where he's going. You can also just is going to attack with the sword for 1, put Eli to 6. And then drop a 3rd hasty. Eli goes to 7. And he's going to draw one of the cards you saw off of the Idle Thoughts. So yeah, this game is on a timer. Like, the way this reads to me is that if Eli does not win this turn, he loses next turn. I guess, you know, there is always the chance that the Erupting deck doesn't draw the pieces. But I'm pretty sure I saw a Fire Momentum in that Idle Thoughts, which I assume is one of the pieces he's looking for. So if he has that in combination with Embersong Erupting, he does just get there. But yeah, the Nullifying Lantern does come down now. So Matt will need to find a Regalia removal before he can, you know, go crazy with the graveyard cards. But his hand is quite large, so chances are he has one of them. And of course, Verucan Acolyte now exists, so there's 2 different ways to remove a lantern. And Verucan Acolyte actually pushes for damage while she's on the board. So, pretty worthwhile. You know, you imagine if he, on his turn, just drops an Acolyte and then Fire Momentums and then attacks with his whole board, he will win the game. So, we'll see what he has. Looks like Eli's done. He's got nothing else. So he leveled up to 2, and then he's got nothing else going on in his hand. I wonder if it's just a lot of arcane cards that he can't play at the moment. And it looks like we are going 2 cards. Layer level 2. Yeah, so Acolyte only gets attack with level 3, but if you use Erupting, you gain levels. So you are level 3 after you Erupting. So you still can attack with it. But we'll start with 1 from Hasty. Still got a couple draws. 9. He's still just digging for the last piece, but yeah, at this point, if you find removal plus momentum, you win. At this point, you don't even need the Erupting cards, you just need Fire Momentum. So we'll drop Clumsy Apprentice, draw a card. See if he's got it. Looks like he's posturing to play another Clumsy, which will draw him a card, but... So it looks like he's really digging for either the removal piece or the damage piece. Yeah, he's going to play the Clumsy, go to 6, draw a card. going to attack with Clumsy. Spurn to Ash, destroy the Lantern, and then let's see that Fire Momentum for a bajillion damage. +2, so it starts at 5, and then it's going to be 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it's like 20 damage. Yeah, and that, and that is a 20 damage Fire Momentum, putting Eli up to 31 and closing out that game. Yep. So it looked like, from the looks of it, I couldn't quite tell what was in Eli's hand, but he probably drew a lot of advanced element cards. Was really happy to get rid of them right in the early game to level up, but then couldn't find something to play after that, and ultimately just could not draw out of it. So Matt will take that game one very, very efficiently and very convincingly. I know this is a matchup that he has played a lot, he's tested a lot, and he's very comfortable with. I talked to him a bit at the Yeti regionals when he was there. And he feels pretty confident about being favored in this matchup, at least from a deck building point of view. So I'm curious to see what the sideboard plan is for both cards, for both decks. Of course, Nullifying is already in the main board, which is good. So that means that he doesn't need to side that in. He's already got that. Matt does have, so in his side, he's got Rending Flames and Hone by Fire, as well as a Resolute Stand. So he, you could put in the Rending Flames, honestly. Rending Flames is a very good card in this matchup just to get, like, early damage on the board. And it is also something that costs less Fire Engraves than Fire Momentum, so it's not like a combo piece. You can kind of just use it. But it's not necessary. I guess I will point out there is like potential. I think we saw it in the last round. There's the potential that you can drop like Rending Flames, Hone by Fire on like a Sword of Adversity, like as early as turn 2, and do 14 damage like from nowhere. So like that's something that is worth keeping. If you're really just trying to end the game as fast as possible and you can get 3 fires into your grave, that is definitely a way to just instantly end the game on turn like 1 or 2. But it is, a couple cards worth of a combo, and you have to be level 1 to do it. So it has to be at least your second turn. You have to have 3 fires in grave. Not consistent, but it is an option, and it will just like Oko a spirit if you can get there. So we'll see what he decided to side in, if anything, to make this matchup more favorable. I am now looking at the list. It does look that by the look of it, Matt actually does not play Verucan Acolyte. He only plays Spurn to Ash as Regalia removal. So he has exactly 4 copies of removal, rather than the potential 8 if he also played 4 Verucan Acolyte. Probably just because Spurn to Ash is it's more consistent actually, and then Verucan Acolyte just dies, doesn't really do anything. We're not watching top table because we just watched that. Like, there's only one player who's currently undefeated, and we just watched this game, so trying to get diversity. This is technically a win-and-in for Eli, which is a little bit more exciting to me than watching people who are already guaranteed cut. Because both Dylan and Anson are basically guaranteed cut at 3-1, so this is a more important game from the top cut point of view than just watching the same deck that we just watched last round. So yeah, looks like Eli went first, got a spirit and passed. Matt drops his spirit, draws his 8 cards. Yep, drops Grave Shock turn 1. Always a solid turn 1 play. Yeah, so yeah, Eli did get down pair, so he's 2-1 right now, as opposed to Matt's 1-2. So yeah, if Eli wins, it's a clean. Everyone who makes 3-1 will cut. So it's an important game for him. And yeah, I will try as much as possible to feature the players and decks that we haven't seen yet. I've gotten at least one every round. So we're gonna ignite the soul. That clumsy apprentice. Matt's gonna take his 2 from the unenter effect. And just protect yourself from the damage a little bit. Get something to memory. It's probably gonna ignite the soul end phase anyways, so might as well use it to remove the guy. And then we're going to idle thoughts. So again, get that floating into the grave turn 1. Look at the top 4. Sort of decide what you want to top deck next turn. And drop it. So he's thinking, it looks like he has at least another option on this turn. Okay, he's really just, yeah, deciding what order he wants those cards in. It goes into right level 1, banishing the 1 card that he paid for his Ignite the Soul. It was power overwhelming, so he's got 1 arcane card in his banished zone. Important to keep track of that. We're hoping on Eli's side he's got a couple more like playable cards. He is going to drop a Peer into Mana, which is not like the one you want to see. But it will give him a draw if he wants it. So it does go card neutral, and it gets cards in your memory if he wants to level up. So yeah, we do push, banish the Idle Thoughts, go into Lorraine level 1, get those class poses online, Sword of Adversity. So this is where it gets a little scary, where there's the potential for like a Honed by Fire Rending Flames immediately for 14 on the Sword of Adversity. Which, 0 to 14 is a lot. If you can find 5 more damage after that, if it's like a Blazing Throw, is 18. And that could, just be enough to get there. He's going to go ahead and drop Increasing Danger, though. So it looks like we're probably not doing, some sort of insane 1-turn kill here. But I do have to be aware that it is an option. But generating the card advantage is pretty good. It can also throw off your opponent. Like an interesting thing that Increasing Danger can do in this matchup is, your opponent is very specifically putting arcane cards into their memory so that they can intentionally banish them to get bonus levels. And if you Increasing Danger them enough and you put, like, maybe you hit a Fireball, maybe you hit a Careful Study, you hit a good card that they don't want to banish, and then they go to random banish and they just hit the card that you gave them, it can feel pretty bad. So, that's like the nice thing. It's a little scary. You don't really want to give them extra cards if you can afford not to. But also, depending on what the hand looks like, you could just be looking at your hand and thinking, like, I could probably just win next turn if I get there. So and we are just going to Tempered Steel, give the Sword of Adversity a little bit of extra durability. That way you can swing with it once, it won't break right away. We can also just Hone by Fire it if we want to give it 2 damage. Looks like that is... We're just going to go for Fire Momentum. So we've got 4 coming from just the weapon. 7, 8, 9. That looks like a 9 damage swing. Let's see if I got my math right. Yeah, 9 damage swing right away from the Fire Momentum. And yeah. So that is putting in a lot of pressure. That Rai only has 10 health left. He's going to remove an Enlightened Counter, draw a card. He is going to go to level 2. Yeah. So he's really looking to, push to level 3, like, right away, if he can. Get that extra health online. And he did banish, looks like 2 more arcane cards. So he does have 3 arcane cards in Banish Zone, which is, like, very good. That's what you want to see. We'll see if he's got, like, a dungeon guide here. Also, playing any mage spell will give him the third counter that lets him draw a card. So DG to 3 and then maybe combo kill is like an option if you have enough cards to do so. And there is the dungeon guide, so we are going to see level 3 Rye hit the field. And then you're really hoping, if you're Eli, you're hoping for some arcane sights, careful studies, stuff like that, stuff that lets you rebuild your hand. And then you're hoping to find some like reckless conversions, arcane disposition, stuff like that. You really just want to rebuild your hand. Cool. So he's going to immediately gain a level, draw card. So he's currently level 7. I'm going to try to keep track of that as best I can. Level 7, 3 counters on him. He is going to draw that card. From this position, Arcane Blast plus like a Fireball is lethal damage, but he does only have 3 cards in hand, so he doesn't quite have enough to get there. So it looks like it might just be a pass. So he goes back down to level 6, but he does get the HP buffer, right? So he's still got 16 health as opposed to the 10 that he had last turn. But 16 is not nothing. But it is also a pretty reasonable number for this hybrid deck to hit in one go. He's got the Lorraine buff, so currently any attack just with the Sword of Adversity is swinging for 4 by default. Now, if this is like a Honed by Fire Rending Flames angle, that is just a single lethal attack. And I think I see a Rending in his hand. We are going to Honed by Fire. So this is currently a 4 damage sword with a +2 buff. Now, if Eli is holding up exactly Spell Shield Arcane, he can gain a billion counters and just win this on the spot. If he's not holding up exactly Spell Shield Arcane, this is looking like a 18 damage Rending Flames. So, if he's got the Spell Shield, he drops it now. If he doesn't, he loses. Right? 3 + 2 + 2 + 2. 5, 7, 9 times 2, 18. Yeah, so that should be an 18 damage hit. So he can't survive unless he drops a spell shield, and it looks like he does not have exactly the spell shield. So yeah, that 18 damage, the Home by Fire Running Flames combo is, like I was saying, like it does have the capacity to just end the game. If you have the cards for it, and Matt did have the cards for it in that matchup, so Matt is going to take that one 2-0 in a pretty convincing win. So because of that, the it's not going to be a clean 3-1 cut. So you know, all of the players who are at 2-2 have the potential to get in if their tiebreakers are good enough. And so I guess we'll just have to see where that leads us. I'm going to see if I can get Matt to come over for a little interview real quick and just talk about the matchup and how he approaches that, and, you know, the crazy 18 damage swing that he just did. So until I get him, I'm going to throw us over to Be Right Back screen, and I will see if I can get him on the chat. Cheers.
Hello.
All right, one second while I throw
Gonna
over
be
the
blurry.
overlay. Nah, you are good. All right. Congratulations on That.
Yeah, that was what? Yeah, turn 3 or 4. I
Yeah, that
think.
was a pretty a pretty big swing for the end of the game there. Um,
Yeah.
I am curious. You were against a an arcane deck holding 3 cards. Were you not worried about Spell Shield?
If he had it, he had it. I mean, I don't think I was with my hand. My hand was like some tempered steels and idle thoughts and stuff, so I just had to go for it.
Gotcha. Yeah. So you're basically like, if I don't win right now, I'm losing the game anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I was looking at it. I was like, he's got a 3 card hand. I can't see what cards those are. But if it's 2 cards and a Spell
Oh
Shield, he
yeah,
gets
he would
18
have gained
counters. I was like, yeah, it's
18
done.
counters.
But
That would have been crazy.
But yeah, no, that's crazy. I mean, so you've been running this style of deck forever now, right? You played it
Yeah.
basically the same deck at Yeti regionals. You've been doing the same thing. So like, how do you feel about it in the current format with the new FTC cards, and like, what do you think about it as like a as an option in this meta?
I think honestly that the more aggro style deck of the deck is going to be a little better just because it's a little more consistent. Um, I mean, like I just lost to like a watermelon where they had like frostbind, so I couldn't do my like 9 card combo or whatever because I needed 9 cards for a double Rhapsody,
Mm-hmm.
and they were just holding up like a frostbind, so I kind of just lost there. I think like just the consistent. I'd rather go for the consistency over the combo probably right now. So like maybe
Sure.
add Arthurs and stuff. Like I sided these. I sided the Rendings and the Honed by Fires.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about that in between matches. I was looking at both of your sideboards, and I was like, I don't really know, like, you don't have anything that's like specific hate for the matchup, but the surprise factor that is just like Rending Flames Hung by Fire Oko
Yeah.
is it's always an option, so it's pretty good.
Yeah,
Um,
so I might lean a little more into like this combo and then just keep momentum as well.
yeah, how do you feel about like how the deck does with like if someone was to play Quicksilver plus nullifying on you? Like, are you scared of that? Do you think that's enough of a threat to maybe like completely change how many
I
Regalia
think
removal cards you have, or
if it in this version, maybe I would side a few acolytes or something, but I haven't seen a Grail so far. But if anything, I would just like momentum, right? And then I'd have to flip over the lantern and then I could spurn it. So it would just like kind of like waste me a turn.
right.
Otherwise, I mean, it wastes them a turn too because they had to materialize it. So it's not that big
Yeah,
of a
that's
deal.
true. That's true. How do you feel about like your matchup spread in general with this deck? Like, what are you like most afraid to see? Any like other?
With erupting,
Yeah,
honestly, the wind allies because they have the raccoons in there now and they can like zephyr them and bounce them and stuff.
yeah. The
Uh,
the round the last round was Ver's deck versus Cave, he I think he
yeah,
used the same raccoon like 4 or 5 times and banished 10 cards.
yeah,
And it was like,
yeah.
ugh, that's
But this
gross.
deck will deal a little like if I get rid of the erupting combo and like momentum's the only thing that's dependent on like how many fires I have. I think just having the rending as an option that you don't need that much fire is a little safer.
Mhm.
So and especially because that deck like the wind allies like stay at like either spirit or level 1 like most of the game.
True.
Just
Yeah.
like being at such low health, they're really vulnerable to like rending.
Yeah. True. Can't just surprise him with a win. Well,
Yeah.
I will say so because you won over Eli in that game. It's no longer a clean 3-1 cut, so you do still have a chance to bubble in. I think 1-2-2
Okay.
makes it. so
Yeah, my
so
tiebreakers are the 2-3-0s playing right now, I think.
this was pretty solid on tiebreaker.
So
So best of luck in your in your
and
chance
then
to bubble in.
oh, I did get a turn 2 kill against Bear one
Oh, you did the
with
running flame by fire turn 2 kill.
yeah, yeah.
Gosh.
It was my turn 2 going first.
Just for anyone who's in the chat who doesn't know how that works, would you like to explain how the turn 2 kill works?
So basically I had a floating. I went into level 1, got Sword of Adversity, and then I honed by fire it pre-recollection, gave it a durability and +2 attack, and then adversity was already 2, so rending was 7, and I had a clumsy on the board that I pre-mated, so I got 1 in with clumsy, and then 7 doubled was 14, and he was on his spirit because it was his first turn. I think he played like Blazing Bowman and attacked me and passed his turn, and then the game was just over.
That's insane. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, no, I remember when we were first, me and Andy were first reading over some of the FTC cards, and we were like, oh wait, Honed by Fire plus Running Flames plus like any one damage lets you go
Yeah,
from
that
0 to
just
15 on turn 2.
yeah, it's
Uh,
pretty crazy.
well, I'm happy for you that you pulled that off. That's hilarious and also like super dope. Best of luck on your tiebreakers. I wish you nothing but luck to get that fourth spot.
All right.
Otherwise, you had a pretty good run it seemed.
Yeah,
With the deck.
had some
So
fun. Yeah. All
so
right.
yeah, thank you for chatting.
Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
All right, I'm gonna throw it back over to a beer at back screen. I'm gonna go eat some food, and then we'll figure out who's all in top 4, and we'll stream the top 4 matches. We're gonna start Top Cut. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate you. Bye. All right, welcome back to top 4 of the Yeti Gaming Tournament of Champions. I am, of course, me, and we are here. We've got Matt G, we just saw, up against Onsen. This matchup, we got that Fire Erupting Lorraine deck versus Water Merlins. First time we're featuring Water Merlin on the stream here. This is the first time we're seeing water at all. It's actually the only water deck in the field, and he started 4-0, and he's starting off going first in this matchup. We'll see how he does here. Drops Spirit of Water, draws his 7 cards. So typically, the water decks like this, you don't do anything on your first turn, and he's being pretty typical right here. Along with that, you can very easily sort of just play a fast floating memory at the end of your opponent's turn, call it a day. So looks like that's the plan he's going for, unless his hand is completely unplayable. But you know. And Matt is going to start with a classic. So Clumsy Apprentice comes down, takes 2 damage, draws a card. And let's see if he can partner that up with a Cremation Ritual. It's sort of just like the dream start for this deck, and it is. And resolves. Cool. Draws 3, sorry, not 3, just 2. So he's currently drawn total 3 cards this turn. Clumsy Apprentice. He did not attack with it, and he drops Increasing Danger as well. Get that bonus card. So Matt is already looking to build up his graveyard. He's got 3 fire cards already in there, as well as a whole plethora of cards that were in his hand, and he's going to end his turn with an Idle Thoughts. What a dream turn 1. There is the option, yeah, okay. Against water decks, you have to be, like, very aware of the fact that be very aware of the fact that they can frostbind all your stuff. So you have to, have a response window for almost every card you activate. Looks like, yeah, we are still resolving that Idle Thoughts. And, yep, here we go. All right. Massive hand, turn 1. Hasn't dealt any damage, but he certainly has the capacity to do so. Let's see what he's got. So, yeah, so we are going to go with the end phase Refracting Missile. Great card. Putting extra damage. So the thing I love about Refracting Missile, even if you're not playing a lot of fractals, which Anson is playing 4. He's playing 4 Fractal of Insight, the Glimpse one. But even if you're not playing a lot of them, the card is still a fast floating memory. It does 1 damage at the start of the game, and you can just play it in the end phase. So it is a very nice card to include, especially in a format with raccoons. We've seen how devastating raccoons can be on the graveyard. So having the option to just drop in the end phase when your opponent can't raccoon it away is a very strong option. And he, of course, uses it to go into Lorraine level 1. Now, you'd be remiss to think that this is a Lorraine deck because it actually is a Merlin deck. But, of course, there's no level 1 Merlin. She's a lineage break champion, so she can be leveled to 2 off of any level 1, but only she can go into Merlin level 3. So we start here, and yeah, so we got that Idle Thoughts as well. So because of how many cards are going to hit Matt's graveyard, this is an interesting dynamic. Like Merlin level 2 is very good at ripping cards out of graveyard, and if she hits a floating memory, she gets a level counter. And Matt is just going to be piling cards upon cards upon cards into his graveyard, so, there'll be probably at least 1 floating for Merlin level 2 to rip out of that graveyard, get the level counter, and then when she gets to level 3, she gets to have bonus effects for even level counters when she gets 1 every turn. So, rushing to 3 is pretty good, and then once you get there, you can kind of slow the game down with all of the defense tools. Well, let's see what he's got here. Looks like we're looking at three cards coming down. Looks like we're going for... No, okay. Just putting the counters on the sword to begin with. So it's 3 cards. 4... Ooh, this is looking like a Tide Diviner. Okay, Frostborn Paladin. And we are going to get the buff counter on it. Yeah. So that Paladin is now a 3/4 with Intercept. And he's going to end the turn by attacking Savage Slash for 2. Bringing Matt up to 5. Get that floating back at the graveyard. We got a 3/4 Intercept on the field to be able to block most attacks. So that's a pretty solid, like, opening sequence from Onsen's deck. Matt, of course, does have the option to use his floating to go up to 1 to get those warrior class bonuses online if he wants them. He can also just grab something like a ring here. Usually, like a deck like Watermelon isn't going to pressure your life total very fast. However, with the board as it is right now, I mean, he's Frostborn Paladin can get in for a surprising amount of damage early on if you let it. So, getting the extra health, probably a good call right off the bat. Let's see which sword he decides to grab as well. He does have 3 fire cards engraved, so although actually he only sideboards the Running Flames package, so that's not an option in this game 1. It will likely be an option in the second game if he's trying to, just push for fast damage. He's thinking on the sword. He will grab Sword of Adversity. And I will say, from looking at the list, for the people in chat, Onsen is playing Dungeon Guides. He's just only on 3 of them instead of 4, so it's not like his main strategy to level up, but he does have them. So we're going to attack with the Sword of Adversity for 2. Frostborn Paladin is going to intercept and retaliate for 3 damage, has 2 life left. Matt takes the 3. He's really going to have to get that Paladin off the board this turn, otherwise that is sort of a wasted attack. But surely he has 2 more damage that he can deal with. He is doing a lot of counting, a lot of figuring cards out. Yep, there's a Clumsy Apprentice. Goes to 10, so he's starting to get into danger territory, even against like a relatively slow deck. Clumsy can do 1, so as long as he's got 1 more damage, he can at least clear the Paladin. Yeah, it's taken 3 damage so far. Surely, I mean, like another Clumsy, Flamerim Swordsman, Honorable Vanguard, literally any ally will do it as long as he's got it. Let's see what he's going for, though. Drops Hasty. Yep, cool. Get the attack trigger, kill the Paladin, and start filling up your graveyard. Drop a second Clumsy. Yeah, it's a little bit scary to start using those now. I mean, you're only 10 damage short of just being dead on board. You are going to... Ooh, we're spurning the Sword of Seeking. Very interesting. That is a thing, like, so, once you get to level 3, having multiple swords on board is a great way for the Crux decks to draw a bunch of cards. They just return one with Ascension, and then they cycle it back. So if you destroy them, it makes it much harder for them to cycle in and out of all their swords, since the Merlin decks tend to be on a smaller amount of swords than like a full Lorraine deck. It looks like we are going to push into level 2 here with the Savage Slash and one random card from memory, which is a Ghost of Pendragon. Now, I don't think Matt has any floating in his grave to rip right now. But you could always just take a fire card that, slightly lowers their damage output if you want, but I don't believe there's a floating memory in there to get the level counter. So you can steal a card to steal a card, but he will go ahead and, yeah, just take a fire card. Just lower the damage output by a little bit. And we'll see 3, and the Dungeon Guide. Yep, so you will push to level 3 right away. So you get the bonus effect, and then I'm going to keep the one in the middle, banish the 2 on the outside. So another Dungeon Guide and a Mind Freeze. Mind Freeze is a very interesting card if this matchup goes long enough. Just using that card can, like, end the turn almost. See if this one goes face or if it goes into the Clumsy. You will take out the Clumsy Apprentice just to lower the damage output. Now it looks like he's going to pass. So he's got only a couple cards left in hand to actually deal with this. Here comes the Ring. So there is, if Matt gets enough cards and his graveyard is big enough, there is, like, a chance that he can do, like, an Erupting combo this turn. But I think with only, like, 5 cards in grave, he needs a way to put, in order to hit 22, he needs to be doing 10, then 11. No, 11 and then 12. Yeah, he needs, like, 6 more fire cards in his graveyard. It's not looking like he's going to have a lethal attack this turn. I suppose Fire Momentum does get him a good chunk of the way there. If he maybe, like, Momentums this turn and then tries to combo next turn. And that might be good enough. But he is... Oh, and I actually forgot that she's at Merlin 3 anyway, so it's 28 health. So he's looking for 28 damage from nothing. Is not an amount of damage that's going to come out in one turn from this board state. But he will get his first damage on board with the Hasty Messenger, so now it's 27. He's got to whittle away a little bit. But those Mind Freezes are certainly something to be aware of. In this matchup, Matt's deck sort of has to put a lot of cards down in memory to, like, play out the turn. And if you get caught off guard by a Mind Freeze, it can basically just turn off your next turn. You just get to take another one. So Merlin being very effective at gaining the levels to play Mind Freeze at a high level and just, like, skip a turn effectively. We are going to Creative Shock. So just looking to continue cycling. I think Matt's probably, probably positioning for either a combo off on next turn or maybe even 2 turns from now if he survives that long. Again, you're usually not under much immediate threat from a Water Merlin deck. It's a much slower deck than most of the ones in the format, but the longer the game goes, the better they are at running you out of gas. And if you have to contest Majestic Spirit plus a whole bunch of Crux cards, it's going to be really hard to maintain that endgame. But he does discard the Tempered Steel off of the Creative Shock, so he does have a floating to play with in grave, and now there's no Merlin 2 to eat it. Going to play an additional 2. Is this another... Okay, another Clumsy. He is going to go to 12 to draw the card. Again, he's being a little bit risky with his life total. There's always the potential for Crux to just, like, come down and slam a billion damage. At this point, he's got 8 health left. And he is going to go in for a big swing with Fire Momentum. So this is going to do a lot. It's going to be a big swing. Yeah, very nice. 11 damage swing. So evening up the life total is very, very good. So all of a sudden, after all that early pressure, he has got the life total even. He's got 16 more damage to deal to hit lethal. He's got a big hand, though. Notably, after he draws next turn, he will have enough cards to do a full erupting combo, should he need to. And so he is positioning to take game next turn. If Ansan can disrupt his memory somehow, heal somehow, clear the board. There's a lot of things that the deck can do. Also, I mean, if he just has a way to deal 8 damage, which, like, namely is Ghost of Pendragon is the big one. Your friendly neighborhood ghosts that like to come down and bop people. We got a Cruxite draw, and the Drawn Blade draw, and the draw for turn. So that was 3 draws already this turn. Digging for something. And of course, the Merlin is currently level 4, but she doesn't get her bonus effect on even levels. She gets it on even level counters, so she only has 1 level counter. Frostbinder Apostle is a good start. On enter, it gets to reduce an ally's health by an amount, so we reduce Hasty's Messenger, it reaches 0, and she dies effectively. Dungeon Guide takes out the Clumsy Apprentice, and then it is a pass angle, it looks like. So again, we're in that situation that erupting decks find themselves in, where if they have the combo, they have game. If they don't have the combo, they're looking pretty bad. It's also, I can't tell for sure how many cards in hand Onsen is sitting on, but he does grab Crystal of Empowerment, which does read to me that he's got erupting cards in his hand, and he's looking to use them. Let's see if anything gets frostbinded, because if it does, it's looking pretty bad. There's the Ember Song. That's step 1 of the combo. Yep, kills the Apostle. There's the Fire Momentum. For 6, 8, for 11 damage, putting him to 23, and if that last card in hand is an erupting, or and it is, do you have a Frostbind? And we do not. We're going to game 2. So Matt does take that one. He was able to assemble the combo there at the end. Yeah, that one's that's tough. That's sort of just how these kind of matchups go. I think Onsen maybe could have survived an extra turn had he grabbed Nullifying Lantern there on that last turn, but he was maybe looking for just a lethal attacker. I guess. Actually, never mind. He doesn't mainboard Nullifying, so he doesn't even sideboard Nullifying actually. So that's tough for him. He does sideboard the Azure Trinket, so he can use that to rip a couple fire cards out of grave, which will slow. That'll slow Matt down for a turn. But I really do think it's sort of just a rush to, can you assemble your late game sort of like control board state? And in that one, he just wasn't able to get to it before Matt found his combo. So. But, you know, you could also keep in mind that from the turn 1 sequence that Matt had, there was, like, almost, I would say, almost like the perfect amount of cards to have in your opening hand, where you had Clumsy Apprentice plus Cremation Ritual plus, was it Increasing Danger plus Idle Thought? Like, it was just everything that you could possibly want with that turn. He just had such a big hand the whole game. It was going to be hard to assume that he didn't have the options to kill on that final turn. But on to game 2 we go. So I imagine Anson will side in his Azure Protective Trinket, or his Crimson Trinket. Nope, I was right. It was the Azure one. So I imagine he'll side in his Azure Trinket to banish some fire cards from the graveyard. He'll probably side in his Blanches as well, as a way to, if the card that he's being hit by is specifically Erupting Rhapsody, he can block some damage from that. But the rest of his sideboard doesn't look like it does too much in this matchup, so those are probably the only 3 cards that are coming in. And we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. These 2 players did meet in Swiss, and Anson did beat Matt in Swiss rounds. So he definitely knows how to play the matchup if he finds the right cards for it. But he will go ahead and start with his Water Spirit going first in this game 2. And again, a lot of times your water turn 1 is just draw 7 cards and pass, and that's completely fine. It is okay. Yeah, that is the turn here as well. A lot of the cards in the water deck are reactive anyways, so you're looking to play them during your opponent's turn, either to disrupt them or you have a lot of fast interaction. So it is more than okay to just pass on your first turn. You don't really want to play any allies down; they don't do anything when your opponent doesn't have a spirit in play. The only reason I could ever think to actually just play an ally on turn 1 going first would be if you just need cards in your memory, or if that ally has floating on it, or it has an effect like Arthur or something. So Anson perfectly happy to just hold the hand and chill. I imagine he'll play either a fast cure or refracting missiles or something during Matt's end phase just to get floating into the graveyard. Matt is looking for a nice big turn 1 again, so he's going to immediately drop 4 for Cemetery Sentry. Sentry is like a pretty expensive card, but she does cycle, so discard draw. And she's a 4-cost 2/2. So you get a little bit of damage off of her. Swing 2. And let's see what else we have. And we will drop the Increasing Danger. Yep. So not as explosive of a turn 1 from Matt, but still pretty good. He still got the Increasing Danger off. He still got a couple cards in the graveyard. He got a floating, which is the most important thing, so he can level up. So he still had that discard outlet to get that. And Anson, instead of playing a card, perfectly happy to just use the 1 card that he got from Matt's Increasing Danger, and he's going to grab Tithe Proclamation right off the bat. So Tithe Proclamation says that each player can't draw more than 3 cards in a turn. And then you draw 1 off Tithe Proclamation when it hits the field. So he's drawn 1, then he drew for turn, so that's 2. He gets 1 more draw this turn, but notably, it makes cards like Hasty Messenger, Creative Shock, Cremation Ritual, like all of those, they sort of become like, you can use them once during a turn, but you can't get multiple instances. Increasing Danger as well, draws 1 to hand, draws 1 to memory. So, like, a lot of those cards are countered pretty hard by Tithe Proclamation. He plays the Fast Cure because his influence is low, goes back down to 0. And then he recollects and draws for turn. So yeah, that's his second draw this turn so far. Let's see what he got. So he does have the 1 floating in grave. He's going to Savage Slash with the Spirit, kill the Cemetery Sentry, just to get it off the board. And that is 1 generic floating and then 1 class bonus floating in grave already. So good to see. Good stuff to see early. Matt is already counting up his cards in grave, trying to, see how much damage output he has, because the answer is usually a whole bunch. But the early Tithe is definitely going to annoy the engine of the fire deck a little bit. Now, just like in last game, there is a chance that Matt just spurns the first Regalia he sees. and Spurn will hit the Tithe Proclamation. So, like, that is an option to get rid of it, but he does have to find that card first, and he does have to keep in mind that there's a good chance that there's a Nullifying Lantern in the board, so if he spurns the Proclamation, he's not going to spurn a Nullifying. It's like, you have to sort of, like, value the risk-reward of what's there. Obviously, we know that Onsen doesn't actually play the Lantern, at all, but Matt does not know that, so he's likely still playing around with the idea that Lantern's a possibility. He's going to drop the Clumsy. It is true that because they played earlier, if Lantern was never dropped against him, he might already know that. But Clumsy is going to hit the field, deal 2 damage, and then take 1 from the Refracting Missile and die instantly, so there's no chance to cremate it. And that is, of course, the second draw after the draw for turn. So Matt only gets 1 more draw. So anything like a Creative Shock, like, you just, like, don't want to play it. It gets bad value. You don't really want to do much of anything with those draw cards. So this early Tithe, really, really interesting. Hasty will do just 1 draw, so that'll be the 3rd draw for the turn under Tithe. But at this point, nothing else can draw him cards. He does drop the Spurn to Ash, so he's basically, he's allowing that Tithe to be on the board. He had an option to get rid of it, and he's choosing not to. And so you have to imagine if he doesn't care that much, the hand must be pretty playable under the limit of the 3 per turn. Or he just has the second one. That is also an option. You just have 2. Getting rid of 2 of them, it's almost certainly he's saying, like, hey, I know you don't play Lantern. You haven't dropped one against me in like the 3 games we've played so far. You ain't got it. So he just goes ahead and gets rid of that Tithe Proclamation. So that is basically his turn. He's got no other options. Onsen will go ahead, banish that 1 Refracting Missiles. He does still have a very healthy amount of floating in his grave. He's still got 2, both the Fast Cure and the Savage Slash now, which is class bonus activated. So he still can very easily get to level 2 next turn if he wants, and then, Dungeon Guide to 3 is always an option, just like last game. Let me go ahead and get the Sword of Seeking. Now, again, you sort of have to be scared once you get into these positions that as the graveyard starts filling up on the other side of the field, you have to start worrying about whether or not your opponent just has combo in hand. And if they have combo, you have to be very, very, very particular about it. He's going to go ahead and Tide Diviner is a great option for water consistency. You look at the top 1 plus your level, put 1 card in hand, and then the rest in the graveyard. So it's very good to get Floating Memory into the grave if you need it. It's also very good later in the game just to dig for a couple of win con pieces. Then he attacks for 1 with Diviner and the sword, 1 each into the Hasty Messenger to kill it. Ring comes down. So there's no longer any draw limits on Matt's side, so he can play out his hand and any of the draw cards in it as much as he likes. He's already starting to count up the cards in his hand. It's, again, always scary when your opponent starts counting the amount of cards they have in hand. You just have to assume they have a lot going on. Some sort of like 2-3 card combo that they're looking at. But with this board state and with this life state, I think, it's just fine if Matt just takes his turn to, like drop something like a Hasty Messenger, drop a fire card in a grave, maybe Cremation Ritual, Creative Shock, just like something just to continue cycling before trying to combo off. But he also might, go for something that's like a Hone by Fire, Running Flames. That's also an option. But yeah, so there's the Clumsy Apprentice. Takes the 2, draws the card. He's still looking to just cycle a little bit, find the cards he needs, poke for additional damage. It's nice in the matchup like this, that you're not being pressured, at least your life total is not being pressured by the Merlin deck very fast. Like, they're going to start pressuring you once they get to 3, but before then, they're not doing a lot of damage, so it's pretty okay to drop, like, maybe even 3 Clumsies in a single game. And especially when you have the Cremation Ritual, to just get rid of it and draw some more cards. That is like one of the bread and butter combos of that deck. And we're going to go ahead and just use a Fiery Momentum real quick with the sword. We're starting at a 3 damage base, 1 card in hand, and looking at 5, 8. It looks like a 9 damage swing is what I think I'm seeing. Or 9 cards engraved, so it might be a 12 damage swing. Either way, a lot of damage. But it's 11 damage swing. I was right in the middle. Yeah, big attack. Gets it off. Anzen didn't have like a Frostbind or something like that in hand, so he goes from 1 to 12 all in one turn. Goes into level 2. And he's got to decide if he's going to use that Merlin's Exhaust ability to steal a card from the grave. But with Matt's influence looking as large as it is, you have to think again. If you have combo in hand, I think I'm just dead. But we'll go ahead. Drop for turn. So he did steal 1 card. Let's see what the play is here. It looks like he's dropping 2. Three. Okay, he's gonna Dungeon Guide. So he's gonna go all the way up to level 3 and get that bonus HP all the way up to 28. And again, he's gonna banish a Mind Freeze off of that Dungeon Guide. Yeah, the games just aren't lasting quite long enough for that card to be a relevant threat. But this time he does go to level 3 and he's got more in hand than he had last time. And so he's kind of hoping, maybe if he has something like a Frostbind in hand still, if Matt goes for Embersong plus, Fire Momentum plus Erupting, you can counter at least the Erupting and stay alive. just barely. That we are going to Ascension, so we're going to start doing the Crux things. Sword of Avarice will draw 2 cards on enter. Let's see if he's got more to come. He does. Ascension number 2. Draw a couple more cards. So this is where, the late game starts getting out of control for Crux, but he's still, his hand is going neutral on the turn. So he can build up a big memory, but it's going to be hard for him to actually, have extra cards in hand. But he's really looking for something to interrupt this turn that's coming up. Is maybe hoping to hold like 2 Frostbinds, 1 Frostbind. Having 2 would be great, but maybe a little bit optimistic. Frostbine's super good against the Erupting deck because if they banish their whole graveyard with Erupting, and then they go for, like the second Erupting, you can counter that one. They've got no fire in graveyard, so if they want Erupting again, they have to start fresh. But we'll see if he has the right answers here. He's definitely holding up cards, so he knows he probably has something, at least one interaction that Matt will have to deal with. And Matt is looking for 16 damage this turn. If he, Sword of Adversity is a good start. So if he goes for just a fire momentum with that sword, it's 4 damage base, plus I think there's 8 fire cards in the grave. So that's a 12 damage hit. So it's not quite enough to be straight lethal off of 1 fire momentum. Might need to play a couple other discard cards first. Or do something like an Ember Song, then fire momentum, and then try to kill him on the Erupting. Hone Rending Adversity would do 14. 7 times 2. So Hone Rending Adversity almost gets there. But because he's not Lorraine level 2, he doesn't have that extra damage buff. So you just need to find 2 damage after that. And 2 damage isn't that hard to come by. Theoretically. But it looks like he's trying to assemble lethal this turn. He's going to start with a 3 for Creative Shock. Okay, Creative Shock implies to me that he's not going for lethal. He's probably going for cycle a little bit more, end the turn with a fire momentum. Or just hope to, cycle a couple more cards. Because he's looking for a 16 damage swing. That is not a fire card hitting the grave, though. Which is very curious to me what his hand must be if he's got enough good cards in hand not to discard a fire. He is going to go for that fire momentum. So, 2, the Sword of Adversity, it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 damage swing. 12 damage if he uses Sword of Seeking. So, 12 damage, you can take it. You can take it and not die. And then he's looking for another 4 after that. But the 4 can't be another attack card. It also can't be Erupting at this point. It'd have to be like ally damage. And he's only got 2 cards in hand. So if you Frostbind this, you put down the last 2 cards. You can Resolute Stand this too, and he pays for the Resolute Stand. So instead of taking all of it, he's going to go to 21. Take 9 damage instead of 12. And now again, because the last card, like the last source of damage, has to be like attack damage. There's no other kind of damage that Matt can do with a 3-card hand, because erupting won't do damage unless you've activated a melody that turn. It looks like he will survive this turn with the Resolute Stand. Matt's going to put down the 3-card hand. So this is where it gets interesting now. Onsen is going to... So he's going to get an extra level counter on Merlin. That'll... Oh, because he Dungeon Guided last turn, it'll be an odd number. So he won't actually get the extra draw off of Merlin. She will go to level 4. He's got a pretty decent-sized hand after he Ascensioned all those times. So there's a chance he could, you know, maybe drop the whole hand for something crazy like an Incarnate Majesty. Or, okay, yeah, he grabs the Trinket and he can start hitting the graveyard. Start banishing fire cards from the graveyard, reduce a bunch of damage. Because just the more fire that's in there, the harder it gets. So, yep, he's going to go ahead and just rip 3 fire cards right away. It's going to recollect and draw. So this is like the kind of turn like a Mind Freeze could be like devastating here. You know, maybe not. It's not super crazy. It won't get the whole memory, but it would get 4 cards. And 4 is a lot of cards to lose from your hand for a turn. There's also, you know, the potential to put a lot of pressure on with cards like Gocha Pendragon. So we'll see what options he has. He started to have a pretty large hand. Looks like he is just going to attack for damage. So Matt takes the 1. Let's see what he's got here. He's counting. So he is going to play out the Incarnate Majesty. So Matt goes up to 6. Majesty is on board. So Matt goes all the way up to 10. And so interestingly, so this is interesting. So Onsen's Crux units, champion included, now take half damage while Incarnate Majesty is on the board. So other Crux units. So Majestic Spirit is a 4/10. It takes full damage, but other Crux units take half. So champion takes half damage. So Matt needs to swing for 14 to deal 7 damage. He also has Intercept on Majestic Spirit. So that is the first problem to get over, but this looks like a Smoke Bombs angle to me, and it is. So he can attack past it by giving the Majestic Spirit stealth. So assuming he has, you know, another Fire Momentum, because the champion is Spell Shroud, but it can still be targeted by attacks. We're going to Pre-Recollection, play Creative Shock, make sure we get enough cards back in that graveyard. So again, he does need to do a 14 damage attack to hit that threshold of 7. That's how much damage he's looking for. Just looking at 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 from the Sword of Adversity, 12, 13 from the Fire Momentum. So he either needs 1 more fire card in Grave, or like a Honed by Fire. Ah, yes, it does round up. Yep, so yeah, a single Fire Momentum, the 13 damage hit will do 7 damage through Majestic Spirit, so that'll get there. He does have to have it, though, and he's already played 2. But using the Smoke Bombs implied that he had it. There's the Ember Song. So it looks like this is an erupting angle. And notably, Erupting Rhapsody does not target. It says choose on it. Ooh, we got the Rending Flames. Rending Flames plus Sword of Adversity will deal 10 damage if once it doubles, and then halved to 5. So it'll deal 5 damage, then he's looking for 2 additional damage. And I did see an Erupting Rhapsody in his hand. Yep, so it swings for 5, doubled to 10, halved to 5. So it goes up to 20. Yeah, it is enough fire cards to deal 6 damage. And that should just be the game, I think. It looks like they're packing it up. So yep, so that Erupting Rhapsody at the end was enough to get everything. The hand with the Running Flames erupting. Everything got through. Matt wins the set 2-0 and advances to finals. Bubbled into top 4, advancing to finals. Congratulations to Matt. All right, welcome back to the finals match of the Yeti Gaming Discord Tournament of Champions. We've got on the left Matt G for the third game in a row on stream, and Capen up on the right side, the Fire Erupting Lorraine versus the Wind Ally deck. Curious to see how this one's going. Of course, Matt has, after bubbling into top four, he has grinded his way all the way to the finals to see if he can do it. And Caven, we saw an impressive showing from his deck earlier on the stream against Dylan, but he ultimately lost that game. But he did get his revenge victory against Dylan in top four. They rematched, and he won that one. So here we are, and Caven got to choose who goes first and second because he's the higher seed here, and it looks like he chose second. So yeah, Matt's going to begin with that Clumsy Apprentice, taking 2 damage, drawing a card. Let's see if he can follow it up with a Cremation Ritual as well. And boom, there it is. 2 fires in the graveyard. Draw 3 cards total on the first turn of the game. Keeping that influence high, the pressure up, fill in that grave. That's just what he wants to do. See what else he's got going on here. Couple games he's also dropped like an Idle Thoughts or something on his first turn. See if he's got anything like that. So at the moment, the one thing he is lacking from this opening hand is a Floating Memory in the graveyard. But he is going to play out a card. He's going to play another Clumsy Apprentice, draw a card, and go. So unlike in this last game, the damage from Clumsies is actually very relevant in this matchup. I mean, this is a matchup that is going to be all about speed, see who can get there first. But Caven's deck does just output a lot of damage very fast. And so, like, taking 4 damage on your own first turn is definitely a little scary. All of a sudden, this spirit has 11 health, and that's not something that's outside the realm of possibility for Caven's deck to do over the course of 1 or 2 turns. And there's no floating in that grave, so if he wants to go up to 1, he's going to have to banish. Now, with the amount of cards he has in memory, it's like, fine to banish, and you won't lose out on too much card advantage that way. But that is, an important thing to note. Like, I think taking the 4 damage is very risky. You're sort of just saying, I think I'm going to get there first. Of course, here it is. We saw it in the game against Ver. That Raccoon is going to get in there. He's going to steal those fire cards from the grave. Great in this matchup. Attacking for 1 doesn't hurt either. And we'll see if Caven can follow it up with something else. So I think earlier in the match that Caven had against Ver, and Vera's not playing the exact same deck as Matt, but both of them were playing fire decks that used a lot of graveyard cards. And I think in that game, 1 copy of Scavenging Raccoons, I think banished like upwards of 6 or 8 cards from Dylan's graveyard, which like severely hampered his ability to use cards like Rending Flames, like Fiery Momentum, and in Matt's case, it'll hamper the use of stuff like Erupting Rhapsody. And cards like Displace allow that Raccoon to both dodge attacks and get that Banish 2 effect on effectively a fast spell speed. So we'll see how well he can manage that. It looks like Matt is choosing to banish 1 to go up to level 1. He's rolling for the random card. He does hit a Resolute Stand. That's actually a really big hit. That's another card that's like actually very good in this matchup. He does main deck 3 copies of them and side the 4th. But let's see what happens here. It's gonna be very hard for Matt to assemble combo under like the Raccoon pressure, which is not a sentence I thought I'd say, but he will still be able to deal a lot of damage with with allies, with attacks, with everything else that Lorraine just already does. So it looks like he's going to attack with the Clumsy, I imagine, into the Raccoon, and then there we go, perfect. Get that floating into the graveyard. Keep the Raccoon around for later. Very, very good start from Caven. Reclaim's so good in combination with these like high pressure allies that your opponent wants to attack into. You can blank their attack and get the floating and everything else. He's gonna cremate the Clumsy Apprentice again. Draw another 2 cards, but I mean those 2 fire cards are looking like a snack for Mr. Raccoon there. Matt's gonna have to try to get like 3 or 4 fire cards in his grave per turn to be able to sort of like outpace the raccoon eating all those cards. And he also needs to like do damage while doing that, otherwise he's never going to assemble a lethal combo. So, it seems like it's a slow start for Caven's deck, but actually he's doing just fine. He's somehow dealt 5 damage by attacking once with a raccoon, and he's got a floating grave, and he's at 0 still. Like, he is absolutely chilling so far. But we'll see how Matt combats that. We're going to drop another Clumsy, go to 7. So Matt is really looking for some amount of combo pieces. He is going to get his first damage on the board, it looks like. Yep, that's very true, Birdie. Yeah, cards like Zephyr, like Displace, can actually make the Clumsy Apprentices just burn spells. And what are we dropping in? We are going to Fire Your Momentum for 2, 3, 4, 5. And attack with the Clumsy to make it 6, I assume. Alright. So he does effectively even it up on life. And he did, use the Fire Momentum while you have the cards engraved, just to be able to get some use out of them before the raccoon eats them again. Does force Caven to bump up to level 1 to gain that extra HP. 14 remaining on him, but he does have the 1 floating, so not too much to ask from that deck. So we'll see what kind of options he has here. We know he's got the raccoon again, which can come down and just take 2 more fire cards out of grave. But of course, the deck plays a plethora of other allies. Yep, there's that one, and neither of them are floating, so it doesn't matter which ones you take, just as long as they're red. Assume this is going to kill the Clumsy Apprentice. And let's see what else he's got. So far, this is just the same as his last turn, but he does have the potential to play like an Ace Protector, maybe attack once and drop Attack Sergeant, something like that. Just apply some amount of board pressure. He is going to swing in for the 1. And bring Matt up to 8. Let's see if he's got anything else. Alright, he does have nothing. But Matt's going to grab a ring. Right click and draw. So still only 2 fire cards in the grave. And he's looking for a total of 14 damage to find lethal. He does have a good amount of cards in hand. But he's really got to fill that graveyard if he wants to be doing, significant amounts of damage. At this point in time, he could Hone by Fire the sword and then Rending Flames. That gets a 3rd fire into the grave. I guess he could do that if he actually played it in his main board, but that's in sideboard, so he can't do that until game 2. Yeah, he does not main deck the Rendings. He sides it. I keep forgetting because he keeps winning games with it, but it is in the sideboard. So he's really looking to get, a couple more fires in the grave. It's going to be hard to get into lethal range. He needs to do like if he wanted to do it with Erupting, he'd have to do an erupting for 7 and then 8. Or, like some combination of fiery momentum for 7, then erupting for 8, something like that. And he's only got 2 fires in the grave at the moment. There's always a chance that Keeman's got like Displace in his hand as well, which can fast banish 2 fire cards. Cemetery Sentry comes down, 4 cost, 2/2. Discards a fire floating memory, draws a card. Pretty good value. And it does contest that raccoon that is currently on the board. We'll see what we got. So it looks like we are swinging. I imagine this is another fire momentum. And we're going to Fairy Whispers. Maybe he's digging for a Displace. And he will go ahead and reclaim that raccoon on the attack. Just to continue pressuring the graveyard. And he does reclaim before the attack. You reclaimed on the rain attack. Yeah. Yep. So 8-8 tied. He's got the raccoon in hand, so he can continue pressuring the graveyard, but he is going to need to remove a lot of cards from the graveyard in order to, effectively get there. Flame Rune's going to poke in for additional 2, bringing him up to a total of 10. Banishing that reclaim and 1 random, so this might be a Lorraine level 2 angle plus a Hurricane Sweep, potentially. Or just a Lorraine 2, draw a card off of a kill. Something that's decent value is kill the board, raccoon away the two floating memory. It's like decent, but it does actually put 2 more fires in grave, so it doesn't actually it goes grave neutral on fire cards. So he's just going to attack straight into the Flame Rune Swordsman with the buff. Draw a card on kill. So then now, you can drop the raccoon, eat the 2 fire floating, leave 2 in grave. But with the life totals now, Matt really doesn't need that many fire cards in grave to actually hit lethal damage off of the attacks. But yep, there of course 2 floating gone, 2 in grave, 14 health remaining on Caven. He's going to poke 1. Or not. He is. Cool. 10-9. Yeah, but Matt is starting to assemble an amount of damage plus Eastern Protector. Yep. Protect that raccoon. But we've got no cards in hand, so we know that there's no interaction here. There's no floating to get like a smoke bombs here, so if he wants to grab something like that, he's got to actually pay for it. Plus, I think his smoke bombs is also in the side. No, his smoke bombs is made. So he could grab a smoke bombs if he wants to dodge some of these interceptors. But since the floating is all gone, he does have to actually pay for any cards that he gets from his material deck that aren't 0. But he's looking for a total of 14 damage, which is not that hard to do, as long as he can go past this intercept guy on the field. Yep, Wind Bauble, never a bad get against these decks. These types of decks are choosing to main deck the Baubles just for the extra drop power. There, Matt is only maining the Wind Bauble. Oddly enough, he is neglecting to play the fire bauble, but in fire mirror matches, it's kind of just like sometimes you just beat him on speed, anyways. So let's see what he's got for his turn. See how well he contests the Season Protector. Because this is one of those things where if Cayman does have a card like Second Wind in his hand, if you don't contest the Season Protector, you can attack twice with it for 8 damage total. And then at that point, he'd just be looking for 3 more to close out the game. So you're sort of threatened, unless you have game, to contest it. It looks like he will, he will go ahead and contest it. 2 into it with the attack. Sure, yeah. Ethan plus Ornamental is 10 damage instantly, sure. I said Ethan plus Second Wind, so I was still correct. Yeah, but he's going to contest the Ethan Protector just to get it off the board. It is putting on just like a bit too much pressure. The threat of anywhere between 8 and 10 damage is really high. And he's going to continue to cycle the fire cards, just try to get enough in his grave to contest the raccoons coming down every single turn. He just needs to find 2 more damage onto this Protector. He's got 1 from the Lorraine Sword if he chooses to use it, or if he has a 2 damage ally, he can just do that instead. We are going to Increasing Danger. So again, still filling the graveyard. So now he's gone 3 cards in the graveyard, so he still stays positive on cards even if Raccoon comes down. And then he's going to final card. It's going to be another Cemetery Sentry. No trigger effect, but we will kill. So he's gone 4 cards in the grave this turn. So now he is posturing for a lethal attack on the following turn. Unless like Raccoon is used 3 times. 2 raccoons plus a displace, that would be pretty annoying, but he is building the graveyard pretty high, so the cards like Fire Momentum and Erupting Rhapsody are going to start hurting quite a lot. We are going to begin, as always, with this same raccoon. Swing for 1, make it 10 even. Or actually, it looks like we're killing the Cemetery Sentry. We're getting 2 uses out of this raccoon, get a Floating Engrave, 1 damage to the Sentry, 1 more damage to the Sentry, banish 2 more cards. So again, this 1 copy of Raccoon is just ripping the whole grave. But, I mean, is still not, in a great spot. Caven can't really find the more powerful allies, so he's sort of stuck poking 1 each turn. And I think eventually Matt, at this rate, is just going to overpower him with, some of the power cards. Terrafring is a great grab here, just to tax Caven on the next turn. He's already obviously struggling to assemble a strong board of good allies, and making it so they can't attack easily is a pretty good trade-off. So we'll see what else he got. We'll get the Idle Thoughts. So yeah, we're looking at a point where he's gonna start, attempting to assemble some sort of combo. That's a question I can definitely answer as soon as I pull up the list. I believe Caben does not run any Lantern. I think his only way to contest the grave is with Raccoon. Yeah, but there's no Lantern main or side. And there's also no Fire Trinket at all. So his only way to contest the graveyard decks is by spamming the Raccoon over and over and over again. But so far it is working. The Hasty Messenger comes down. We get the unattack trigger. I think this Raccoon might finally be biting the dust. Unless the last 2 cards in hand are blank plus favorable wins, I suppose. Or if the attack just went face instead. Okay, since the Raccoon is still on the board, I'm going to assume that attack was direct, putting him to 11. And he is okay. He's going to Deflecting Edge, so I guess that might have been targeted at the raccoon or himself. Either way, deflecting. So he does not take the damage. And yeah, he's marking that with the dice, saying there's 2 more damage that deflecting is still preventing. Cemetery Sentry does come back down, and this one gets over it. All right. So that raccoon did do a lot of work, but he still has to contest a board, and he still has to contest a graveyard. So it's still climbing uphill a little bit. Luckily for him, life total is pretty close. And because Matt is still Lorraine level 1, there's only 11 damage to deal before lethal, as opposed to the 14 that Caben still has. So he grabs Fire Bauble, getting the extra draw. And in Recollection, he's going to pop the Terrafring. So any attack that Caben declares this turn, he'll be forced to pay 2 reserve cost. Otherwise, he cannot declare that attack. So any attack action costs 2 extra. Any ally attacks, just you have to put 2 cards into your memory in order to attack with them. So should be pretty effective at slowing him down this turn. There we go. Drop a Swift Recruit. Get Intercept guy on board. It's a good start. Drop another one. So Smoke Bombs is no longer an option. And then pass it over. So it's double Swift Recruit pass. Three cards in hand. So he does still have some options. Obviously, like Reclaim is still a card. Displace is still a card. Stuff like that. Deflecting Edge is also an option from here. So he's got, some amount of defensive tools that he certainly can use. Veiling Breeze as well. And 3-card hand threatens almost every possible option. So you have to be aware of what you're going to play around here. We'll see what Matt decides to materialize. It looks like it will be sort of adversity. So it's right now not getting the buff because there are 2 allies on board. But that does not mean that it won't get the buff eventually. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna try to clear over. Okay. All right, that is a card that I was not expecting him to play, but is a very good one in this instance. So he's gonna D-level, heal 5, and then his board is going to gain Stealth. I assume that's the one he picked because Spell Shard wouldn't do anything here. That is a pretty big swing. He's going to be able to keep his 2 guys on board because they can't be targeted for attacks. Yep, the Hasty Messenger has no attack target, so it can't declare an attack because the whole board has Stealth. And it gets him back in the life advantage. Healing 5 in a matchup like this is like really, really big. And it, is effectively a fog for a turn. He's sort of blanked an entire turn from Matt's side. Obviously, Innervate Agility doesn't, block something like an Erupting combo, but he wasn't contesting an Erupting combo, he was contesting ally attacks. So, in this instance, it was exactly what he wanted it to be. We'll see what else Matt wants to do during his turn here. He's going to drop a Library Witch, so an Interceptor of his own. And a Flame Rune Swordsman. So he's building back up a pretty big board here. Now, this would be scary. against a standard Lorraine deck, but of course this Ally Rush deck, since it doesn't, abuse the level 2 as much, that's the funny thing. Sweep is scary, but I was just gonna say, Cayman actually does not play any Hurricane sweeps, in his deck at all, main or side. There are no sweeps in this deck, so he cannot cleave a board. And I imagine these players have played, a number of times before. They haven't played in this particular event, so they wouldn't know for sure. But Matt is maybe just saying like, I'm gonna build a big board. I'm going to put on a lot of pressure. If you sweep me, I get 3 fires in grave, and my Sword of Adversity turns on. And I get to draw a card, but it looks like that's not what's gonna happen. Grab the Drum Blade. Squirrels will pop over the Library Witch. And then in comes a balanced Gildas. We have finally assembled a lot of pressure. I think this is balanced. Yeah, 3 cards in hand, 3 cards in memory. You can't see me dance, Tony Dance, but I did just drink something. It wasn't water because I don't have water, but it was a Coke. So yeah, Gildas comes down. Gonna swing in for 4 to see if this is just 4 face or we're gonna contest a board. All right. So Cemetery Sentry goes down. We still have 2 Swift Recruits and a Dream. Let's see what else he's sitting on in his hand there. He's definitely thinking about playing something, but I'm not sure what else he wants. I guess there's the 3rd Swift Recruit. All right. Going wide, it seems. Both players choosing to do that line of play. And yes, so the alternative to the coin that we were talking about for Capen's deck, Capen does not play Hurricane Sweep. Matt's deck does in fact play 4 Flame Sweep. So there is that is definitely a threat if he chooses to go to 2 and sweep the board. He would draw a whopping 5 cards. He would take 3 retaliation damage, but I think Capen has no cards in hand at this point, so you're not really contesting like a Veiling Breeze or a Reclaim or a Displacer or anything like that. So it's a pretty juicy play if you have it. Now he has like drawn and cycled a lot of cards this turn, so there's a pretty decent chance he has it. And you have to imagine against an ally deck, he would choose to like keep it in his hand for the option. And yeah, that looks like 2 floating to me. It looks like a Lorraine 2 angle. So assuming he's got a Flame Sweep somewhere in there. Oh, interesting. Is he... Okay, yep. Lorraine 2 angle. Does he have the sweep? Yeah, I think if the Flame Sweep comes down, the game is probably just done. We're attacking... No, okay, he does not have a sweep, but he does clear the Gildas. Okay, so he just attacked into the Gildas to clear it. So there are still 3 interceptors on the board. Capen kind of dodged a bullet there. I think if Matt had the Flame Sweep, there's not really coming back. It's just like too much of a card advantage swing. Hasty's going to go in, clear the squirrels, drop a Spurn, and draw a card. So the triple intercept is going to be a little bit annoying to get over with, like the fiery momentums and stuff like that. He has the ability to kill one of them with the Flame Rim, which I assume is what's going to happen here. So yeah, 1 goes down. And if he has another like 2 damage in hand, he could contest a second one, and then maybe try to like smoke bombs on the next turn to contest the third one. Hard to say for sure. If he does take out the second one, Caben does get the option to go back up to level 2, get a kill, and draw a card off of it again. Since he did go back down to 1 through the Innervate Agility. Let's see what he's got here. He is going to increasing danger. All right, the danger is being increased, and that is certainly true. This is a matchup where like giving your opponent cards is really scary, but like giving yourself cards is maybe sometimes something you need to do in order to find the pieces to assemble lethal. We're still like staring down 2 intercept guys. With just 2 of them, if the board remains as it is, Matt can contest them with smoke bombs. You can attack one with the flame rune, smoke bombs the other, and then fire momentum the champion. So that is an option. However, there's Caben can kill the flame rune swordsman or contest the board in some other way. He is going to take 2 more off of the clumsy apprentice, going to 11. So now his allies alone can contest both Swift recruits if they stay alive. And we're going to Creative Shock at the end of the turn here. Drop. Ooh, there's the Flame Sweep. Yeah, so it was a couple cards deeper. He did not have it at the start of the turn, though, so Caven did dodge a bullet by, like a top deck or 2. And it looks like we are bouncing back up into learning level 2. So again, yeah, we can get a kill. I imagine on the hasty is probably the choice. Yep, break the drawn blade, draw a card. For this matchup being 2 aggro decks, you would never expect game 1 to last this long. We're just gonna Fairy Whispers, so we're looking for options. What are we revealing? We're revealing another Innervate Agility, and notably he does have exactly 5 damage taken, so that is an option. Yeah, no, I agree that Caven's list has it's come off. I think the older humans list was definitely more just like straight aggro rush, but no, this list you've got a lot of big bodies, a lot of defense options. You've got your innervates, you've got all this stuff. So yeah, this is more of a mid-rangey style deck. Drops the squirrels, contests the board, kills the flame rune. He does leave his intercepts down, but it's okay because he knows that he has Innervate Agility in his hand, so he can recover and gain stealth again, which means that if Matt decides to drop like a Fire Momentum, it's just not going to do anything. So I think finding that off the Fairy Whispers was like really big. He's obviously just going to hold up that interaction and just say like, hey, if you try to attack my board, you're not going to. And Matt, of course, did just, discard the next Flame Sweep, which would have been able to contest the Innervate Agility, at least on the board. He is going to go ahead, banish 1 floating. I believe the Smoke Bomb draws a class bonus for Assassin, but Channeling Stone does do it. So there is a world where he can he can triple Rhapsody, I think, depending on how many cards he has in hand. He could try to Ember Song Rhapsody 3 times. The draw 1 off Smoke Bombs is class bonus, is it not? Does it really just draw a card? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I don't play with that card, so we're going to Creative Shock. So it looks like he's probably not going for it yet. I think we've gotten to the point in the game where Caven has managed to turn the corner here, and he's just starting to you know take control of the game. He's definitely way up on board state. He's got like really good interaction in his hand for at least the main part of Matt's deck. He does have another sweep in hand, so he can contest the board if he chooses to. Will just increasing danger. I think at this point, giving Caven cards is really, really risky. Because the closer he gets to like Phalanx Captains and Eastern Protectors, he is threatening a lot. But yeah, there is that sweep across the board, which is going to hit everything for 2 damage. We will favorable winds to save the Swift recruits. Yep, so the Swift recruits have both taken 2, but they have 1 left thanks to the favorable winds. So the sweep ended up contesting mostly the squirrel, which, doesn't super feel like a great trade. Because, the 2 damage face isn't really going to stick for too long. And there's a Terrafring of his own. So now he's going to tax Matt's tax. Swift recruit in for 1. Counting fire cards in grave, but he's got a lot. Like at this point, any amount of Embersong erupting does just get there. Caven runs 3 raccoons in main and 1 inside. So he found his first one in his opening hand and hasn't found a second one, it seems. Or at this point, the raccoons don't even do that much. They're probably not even worth dropping. Because Matt's graveyard has like 10 plus fire cards, like ripping 2 of them is not going to stop you, or is not going to stop him from killing you. So the one that was in the beginning of the game was really good for sort of contesting the early game, like the fire momentums. But after this, like dropping another raccoon right now won't actually do anything. But the Eastern Protector is a very good card. Bounce the Swift recruit that's already attacked. Swinging for 3. Do we have like a second wind in attack declaration or in a before damage? It looks like he doesn't have enough cards to actually do that. And then he attacks for 1 more because it's 16. So Innervate can give Spell Shroud, but Rhapsody does not target. Is the problem with Erupting Rhapsody. And so Spell Shroud specifically protects you from being targeted by spells, and Erupting Rhapsody says choose any number of units, right? So if he gets Rhapsody, which it looks like he might be angling that way now, Caven can still recover 5, but he is still threatened by the Rhapsody. So if Matt has Embersong erupting, and he can deal 22 damage, assuming that Caven is holding up his Innervate Agility to heal 5. Well, no, then he goes to level 1, so he's looking for 18 damage. And I believe he's got like 10 or 11 cards in there, so Embersong erupting will close out the game at this point in time, if he has it all in hand. And he's got the Crystal of Empowerment and the Channeling Stone. So if he has the cards now is the time to play it. Let's see what he's going for. So he's going to attack with the hasty, get a drop draw. And yeah, Caven's trying to decide whether or not do we give yourself stealth now. He's waiting for a good opportunity. He is going to go ahead and do it. I mean, Spell Shroud does not matter against an Erupting deck, so I think you just give yourself stealth to block the damage. So he goes to 2, but there's the Ember Song, and I believe... There you go, Erupting Rhapsody. Let's see how many he's got there. So he's at level 2. Yeah, and Caven goes ahead and scoops it up. So Matt does take game 1 after 40 or so minutes. He gets there with the Ember Song erupting. Caven was contesting the board for such a long time, but in the end, Matt did get there. And now they can begin sideboarding. Goodness. All right, let's look at their sideboards for a second. So Matt has Honed by Fire, Running Flames, and Resolute Stand. Honestly, all 3 of those could come in against this deck. Yeah, I know. I agree. The Caven, he started to assemble a lot of pressure on that one turn where he had the Gildas, and then he had the Eastern Protector. And he was like starting to get there. I think probably like the next turn would have been his big turning point. But yeah, the ability of Erupting to just go from 0 to 100 real fast definitely just gets there. But yeah, so Matt has the option of putting in Running Flames and Honed by Fire, maybe to just, not rely on the graveyard as much. You just need 3 cards to get Running Flames to do a bunch of damage. That's probably worth it as opposed to trying to Fire Momentum a whole bunch. And you can also imagine that seeing the Innervate Agilities, he might prioritize keeping the Sword of Seeking on board for longer, just so if he declares a Rending Flames with Sword of Seeking, it still goes through with Stealth. And the Resolute Stand is probably just a good card to come in anyways. On Caven's side, so he's probably going to put in the 4th Raccoon for sure. And then he can probably consider putting in his Tithe Proclamation as well to deal with some of the early draw power that Fire is going to have. But otherwise, he's got the option for Smoke Bombs, but the only interceptors in Matt's deck are Library Witch anyways, and you can kill them with just about anything. So the Smoke Bombs might not be fully worth it. And then he's got Inspiring Call, which is an option if he's going wide, but it's kind of scary to go wide into a Flame Sweep deck, so he's probably leaving those in the sideboard. So I imagine he puts in Raccoon and Tithe. Matt's going to put in, I imagine, Rending Flames, just to keep his graveyard management a little bit easier and get some burst damage in. But it looks like both players are done siding. And we'll see if Caven chooses to go first or second. He did choose to go second in game 1. So I imagine he will choose to go second again. I agree, actually. I think Quicksilver plus Nullifying is such a good option against this deck. And this deck was one of the best ones in the last format, that it's kind of surprising to me that people didn't, play sideboard hate against it. But with all the new cards, you want to try a bunch of the new stuff. So I also understand that. I imagine the deck list will be posted on luxerasmap.com after the tournament. We'll probably do a tournament report over there. That's going to be the easiest place to find those. Yeah, no, people were disrespecting Fire. I think they kind of were just saying that, Water was too good, the new win card's too good, stuff like that. But Fire, obviously still very good, very, very consistent is, I think, the biggest thing that Fire has going for it. You get much more draw and cycle ability than the other elements. It's very easy to pitch your floating. It's very easy to find the cards you want. And we're going to go ahead and increasing danger after. Yeah, so very, very strong, aggressive turn 1 from Matt. That's kind of like what he wants to see with increasing danger, cremation ritual, clumsy apprentice. You've got a total of 5 draws off of that, and you've spent a total of 3 cards. So he's +2. Takes 1 from the raccoons. Yep, so here comes the contesting of the graveyard. Yeah, no, I do agree that that fire is still very good. I mean, fire didn't lose anything. It's just other elements gain stuff. So fire already being as good as it was, it's just like the other elements are brought up to be more on par with it because they have powerful options in their on their own. But the fire cards are still very good cards. And if you're not running counters to them, which like there are counters to them, you know, like running flame stuff, you have like Resolute Stand. You have Quicksilver plus Nullifying. You've got the new Trinket. You've got, I mean, like, Caven's playing the Raccoons. Like, there's a lot of options to get over the fire cards if you want to, but you do have to play them. And I think a lot of people have been choosing not to play them and building their decks in a way that they're just saying, like, I'm going to do my game plan and see what you're doing. So we have another start that's just Raccoons Go. I imagine he's holding up like a Reclaim or something to reuse this little guy. I imagine the early game is going to look something similar to the last early game, where you just try to control their graveyard as much as possible with your copy of Raccoon and all your bounce cards to keep them off of very powerful cards like Fire Momentum, stuff like that. If you can keep them off of floating, you can also, like, you know, potentially stall their level up, which means that Fire Momentum isn't online as early. But now the 1 floating hits the bin. If the Raccoon doesn't get bounced anyways, that floating will certainly be used to level up. We'll see what else Matt has got on these early turns. Another Creative Shock. So he's very aggressively cycling. Yeah, so at this point, he's already reaching a point where the amount of cards that are hitting the grave per turn is going to outvalue the amount of cards that Raccoon can steal per turn. And so even now, if he levels up to 1, even if Raccoon steals 2 cards, he'll still be able to Fire Momentum for 7, 8, right? So, like, it's a little scary. Now, there's always the option of, like, bounce Raccoon, play Raccoon, displace Raccoon, steal 4 cards, right? So, like, you know, there's more options in that regard. But as it is, if he can just keep loading his graveyard with fire cards, it's going to be very hard to contest the grave. And Cable will have to try to approach the matchup in a different way. And yeah, these increasing dangers are so much. He's accumulated so many cards over the course of his first 2 turns. And then, yeah, so we will end phase, displace the Raccoon, take 2, and which is going to be the 2 floatings. That's like, yep. And Caben is staying at Spirit, so, you know, this is a little risky with how big the graveyard is already and how big Matt's hand is. There's the potential that he can just Ember Song erupting from nothing and get there. But we'll see. Here's a Swift Recruit. And the attack for 1. And then we are going to drop just 3 for a Lurking Assailant, and then 2 more face, putting him up to 6. Yeah, Matt happened to find... I mean, to be fair, he played a lot of cards that cycle, so, you know, in his first half of his deck, he found Clumsy Apprentice, Cremation Ritual, 3 Creative Shock, 3 Increasing Dangers, so it was pretty likely that he was going to find the extra ones based off of the amount of draw discard he was doing. But yeah, it looks like he's going to choose from his long list of cards there to level into Lorraine 1. And any amount of cycling plus Um, a momentum is good. Now he does have to contest with the intercept on board, so he will want to deal 2 damage to that Swift Recruit, and potentially play into like a Reclaim or something. But he's got so many cards to mess with that it's it's probably pretty okay for him to spend cards in whatever way he needs to. Yeah, so he's combing over his options. Obviously, he has a lot of them, and the option appears to be attack into the raccoon, trying to get the raccoon off the board. Favorable winds does come down to buff it by 1, so it does not die to the Lorraine attack. And he does still have 1 durability on the Sword of Seeking. I think the Sword of Seeking is going to be very important in this matchup, just in contesting the Innervate Agility. Now, you potentially have to deal with contesting Innervate Agility plus a way to interact with the sword, but it looks like Caveman actually does not play any Zephyrs, so Sword of Seeking is staying on field is the best way to contest an Innervate Agility, blocking like a Fiery Momentum. So that 1 last durability is very important on that card. Obviously, unless you Hone by Fire it or Tempered Steel it or do whatever to give it a durability, that's something you can certainly do. But that is a card that you do want on the field like the entire game. Yeah, looks like he's counting out his cards to seeing if he has the ability. I'm not sure what he's going for, but it could be anything. I mean, these erupting decks have the capacity to do a billion damage in 1 turn, and right now he's only looking for 15 because he's just contesting a spirit. Let's see. So he's going to go for the 4th increasing danger. We've seen all 4 of them this game. Both players have no shortage of cards on their hand. And we will attack with the hasty. 1 damage into... I assume we're contesting the raccoon. The Swift Recruit has 3 health at this point in time. So we will Deflecting Edge. We're saving the raccoon. We're continuing to block damage from him. Matt is really doing everything he can to get that thing off the board. It's just not working. He will get the drop draw effect from the attack trigger. He may have dropped an Idle Thoughts, or he may have forgotten it. I wasn't sure. And then we will Cremation Ritual. So now we are posturing. I think at this point, Matt likely has lethal next turn. I know he has enough cards in hand to do it if he has the right combo pieces, and I'm pretty sure his grave is big enough. So unless that gets contested this turn, I'm pretty sure he has the capacity to win. But we will see. What are we playing here? Another Hasty Messenger. Going to attack into, I guess, just the Swift Recruit or something. It does not matter. Just wanted the trigger. Yeah, so Caven's probably going to want to push the level here. Get the HP. Choosing to stay at Spirit is very risky. Unless he has unless he has 14 damage. He's going to start with 2 into the Hasty. So Hasty's gone. 1 phase 7. He's got 1 more on board. Can he deal 12 is, I guess, my question. He's playing relatively fast, which like implies to me that he's got something. This looks like an Eastern Protector. And we're gonna bounce the Raccoon, yeah. That's another 3. Goes to 11. We're gonna play it again, sure. Take 2 fire cards. Attack for 1. It's 9. Yeah, I don't see a world where Matt doesn't have combo in that hand. And I don't think there's any like single piece that blocks the whole thing. Like innervated agility can get over any onboard attacks, obviously. And I mean, yeah, no, there's 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 simply no way. What are we grabbing here? I mean, this is probably it's like a channeling stone. Would be a decent shout to make a cheap cast. Smoke bombs as well block the interceptor. And so now we have, yeah, I have to imagine we have Embersong, Smoke bombs, the East Protector, and then Fire Momentum for like super lethal. So he's just looking for 15 damage. That's the crazy thing, is that since Kaven never went past Spirit, like 15 is such a low number. So we are gonna start. We've got 3 for Creative Shock, so he's getting a couple more. Well, at this point in time, Kaven can't use Innervate Agility because he's level 0, and 2, he hasn't taken any damage yet, so you have to recover 5 in order to cast that card. So because he's taken no damage and he's level 0, Innervate Agility is not like a factor right now. Oh, true. Yes, so you have to attack without the sword, not with the sword. Yes, that's correct. We're gonna drop Flamer Swordsman. We can go 2-face. Thinking. See what the response is here. We are going to play Veiling Breeze. Okay. Veiling Breeze for 5 is a strong piece of interaction. That's good. Keeps him in play for another turn. Likely. So that attack is going to hit and deal 0 damage. I'm going to cremate the Flame Rune. Draw 2 cards. So yeah, Innervate. I see a Phalanx Captain, which is a pretty easy cast this turn. Yep. Okay, so then we pass. All right. Um, let's see if Caben's got the lethal on this turn. If that Villing Breeze was just enough to do it. We know there's a Phalanx Captain in hand. There's 3 humans on the board, so that's a 2-cost Phalanx Captain. Which is pretty good. The Lurking Assailant has a bonus damage this turn because of the Greatsword. I mean, 11 damage is not too far off. There's already 9 on board. He just needs to find 2 more damage. The Phalanx Captain should do it here, actually. If you just drop big Fally. Yep. And then that is true. He can't free cast Resolute Stand, but he might. Yeah, he does have enough cards to cast it. Yep. So he's gonna start by attacking in for 4. And I do know that Matt does mainboard the Resolute Stand, so we'll see if he's got one in his hand. Does look like he has some amount of interaction here, so it is gonna be, yeah. He will take the 1, and he hard cast it rather than free cast it, so he does not have to skip his draw phase. So he goes to 10. I believe that Matt was angling for a Fire Momentum kill, given how he stealthed the Eastern Protector, but the Veiling Breeze for 5 would have contested that actually killing, and so he didn't go for it. So I imagine that was his line of thinking. Just Caben had a good piece of interaction for that effect. But he does have a billion cards in hand. A level 2 Flame Sweep would be pretty good here. Oh, but also he'd take a lot of damage. So it looks like he is pushing level 2. You have to imagine he's got a sweep in that hand, but unless he, maybe he banishes 2 sweeps off of off of the effect. Now, there's Lorraine 2. So he is, if he sweeps, he's looking at taking 6 damage. But he will also deal 5 damage. Actually, sweep might be a little bit too risky if he. Yeah, he hard casted Resolute Stands. He just paid the regular cost, the 3 cost. He did not free cast it. So, because you can only free cast it when you're level 2 or higher, but he had enough cards in hand to actually just hard cast the card. So is this a Flame Sweep angle? Sure is. So we will Flame Sweep. So we've got 2 for Flame Sweep, 2 for Lorraine, and we're using the sword. So it is a 5 sweep across the board. We are going to Deflecting on the Protector. So the Protector takes 2. And then Retaliate with the board. Dealing 6 total damage. So Matt should go up to 16. And he will draw 3 cards from that. 4 cards. Yep, draw 4. Caven goes up to 5. See what else he's got here. I'm seeing there's an Ember Song. There is an Erupting Rhapsody. How much damage is it? He's looking for 15 total damage. There's a second Erupting. I mean, you gotta show how much damage you're looking for. Or, yeah, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 13, and then 14. So a total of 27 plus the 5, 32 damage all in one turn from 0, says Matt. Yep, got there. Nice big 27 or yeah, 32 damage turn from 0, clearing the entire board and also blowing up Caven and getting that first place spot. So congratulations to Matt. After bubbling into top 4, he manages to beat all the people seated above him and take that W. So congratulations to Matt. I'll try to get him on for a another post match interview, and we'll see what he thinks about that. So I will be right back, and I'll try to get Matt on. I'll see you guys in just a moment.
Hey.
Hello.
All right. Are you still streaming?
Yes. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, congratulations on your
Thank you.
on your win. Yeah, that was pretty cool. How do you feel? How do you feel about your deck? How do you feel about your
Those
matchups?
games
Stuff like
were
that.
really grindy. I think if Caven put a little more pressure on me early, I don't think there's a way that I could have won. But the fact that he was just like raccoon and passing, I think I was just able to sit back and like I spammed. Like I think I drew like all 4 increasing dangers that second game, like in the first few
Yeah.
turns.
Yeah, I think between the first like 3 turns you played what 3 creative shocks and 4 dangers.
Yeah, it was
And
pretty
like
lucky.
two rituals, right? Yeah, that's a lot of draw power.
Yeah.
Um,
I wouldn't. I don't think I would change this if I were to keep playing erupting. I think these are at least worth running in the side. I'm debating the resolute stand. It's really good in that matchup, like you saw. Like, pretty much just bought me like a whole turn there. But against like the fire aggro list, I think the deflecting is honestly a lot safer because you can get it out early. Like they kill you before you usually go to level 2.
sure. Yeah. So what were your matchups today? And how did your games all go?
Let's see. I'm trying to think. I have to look at the. So first round I played against the Wind Insole,
Mhm.
and then I realized that Terraforming is broken because he would be ready to like level up into 3, and then I know he's holding up Ascensions and stuff, and that's his only win con, right? So I just got out Terraforming, and it pretty much just bought me a whole extra turn.
Yeah, against Insole, yeah, that'll
Yeah.
that'll
This
do
was
it. Yeah.
originally a tech for like the Wind allies, and then I was like, wait, it's actually really good against Insole too. So
Yeah.
that and then I think I lost the next round against Bear, just because his like the beatdown was a little more consistent, um, and like my combos just maybe a little bit slower than his just like consistent like damage, I guess.
Hmm.
But I did take that game 2, like I was telling you earlier, with the turn 2, I home by fired him after I slided those in.
Yeah, you just hit the nuts Oko combo.
Yeah, but so he got me there, and then I think the next round I played against it was actually a really cool deck. Killidus. He had the water, like almost water control Merlin.
Hmm.
Um, where he just had like Majestic Spirit and stuff. But then, so he actually got me. And I think I sided wrong. I kept in Resolute thinking he was an insult deck, and I kept in Flame Sweep, and I got a little greedy.
Mm.
So I actually lost that match as well. Because I thought, um, fuck, I forgot the words. I don't know. I thought that had like insult and stuff, and then he was gonna like aggro me down, and then after playing 3 matches against him, I realized like he doesn't really run any damage. He just has like the Majestic Spirit that he kind of like hides behind.
Yeah, right. He's just like a big late game, just grind deck.
Yeah, so I just like sided out the Resolutes and the Flame Sweeps when I played him in Top Cut for the Honed by Fires and the Running Flames, and the extra like damage got me there.
Right on, yeah.
And then yeah, you saw the match against Idle
Yeah, I was gonna
Thought.
say you were you were on stream for 3 rounds in a row, so I guess I had to watch all 3 of your last games.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I mean, so like, what kind of stuff are you maybe like scared about in the future about like this deck coming up against? I know like there was a lot of pressure from like the raccoons coming down in that first game, just like eating your whole graveyard, and if that
Yeah.
maybe like Quicksilver, plus nullifying, like if stuff like that picks up in
Stuff like that,
popularity,
yeah. It
like
might get a little trickier. Then I might need to start siding in some acolytes or something. But I didn't really face this. I don't think I faced a single Grail at all.
yeah, I don't think anyone was actually playing any Grails today.
Yeah.
I know there was one. There was one in a main board, and
Okay.
that was it. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think people are still adjusting to the new format. A lot of people in chat were saying it too, that people were sort of sleeping on Fire's ability to still be good because they were just
Right.
excited about the new Wind and Water cards, so they're just not respecting it.
That's fair, yeah. I mean, some of those water cards are kind of crazy though. Like I lost the game to like Frostbind, like that one rough.
Yeah. And I think like the biggest thing, right, is that like the Wind and Water cards are very good and they make those elements playable.
Yeah.
Whereas in the last format, Fire was like clearly the best element.
Yeah. I still think Fire still has like the most consistent way to like go up in cards though.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's still pretty strong. Like in this the Yeti Weekly on Thursday, I played Wind Insol Lorraine, and I realized like the deck does not go up in cards until you're level 3, and it felt really bad. Compared to like Fire, where you just you have your creative shocks, your hasties, your danger if you want to run that.
You just have such good ability to cycle your floating and also just like maintain advantage while still leveling up.
Yeah, card
which is
advantage
really
is
nice.
just so huge in this game. It's like actually crazy.
Yeah. Well, anything else you wanna add about tournament run?
No, not really. Just I don't even. It doesn't even feel like I won. I was just kind of playing. I don't know, but okay.
Let's say
Just
they do it sometimes. So you do it.
yeah, yeah. All right. I think I might have got a little lucky, but all right. It was fun. I had a lot of fun.
That's good. Well, yeah. So, I mean, congratulations on your wins. You get a whole bunch of store credit. You get free entry to all the tournaments for the next season.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, I'm sure you're feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, congrats. And again, great showing from your brew. That I think you're right. You've had this deck since like day one, right? You've been working on it.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. So really cool to see that kind of stuff. Big congratulations, and thank you for playing, and thank you for all your whatever.
Thanks for like hosting it and streaming and stuff.
All right, cheers, man.
All right, see ya.
All right, so that is going to do it from the Tournament of Champions. Our winner, Matt G, playing Erupting Lorraine still. Guys, you have to respect the fire cards in the upcoming format. You can't sleep on them. I'm gonna sign off now after 7 hours at this. Thank you all the people who showed up and stayed to watch and hung out and chat and everything. Had a great time streaming this all to you, and I hope you all go subscribe to mine and Andy's podcast, Bestial Frenzies, over on YouTube. We make a whole bunch of content usually every week when we're not too busy, and we also talk about all of the tournaments and stuff that happen in the Yeti Discord, and we post the links to join from there. You can also find the link to join the Yeti Discord from the main GA Discord. We do our weekly tournaments every Thursday. This past week we had 53 players, and so if you're interested at all in playing in those and competing against some of these very, very strong top players, that is the best place to do it online. So that is all from me. Cheers. Thank you all so much for being here, and I will see you when I see you. Goodbye.